Dear me, those sound alerts. Bloody hell. There is something seriously wrong there. I've just realised I forgot to take my hair down. My hair is up. My hair is up. I look very round. I'm a round boy right now. Hello. Hi. Hello everyone. Yeah, this is the official look, even though I'm still dressed the same. New haircut was the announcement. It's not. It's just tied back. It's just tied back. It's still there. Still there. Welcome in everyone. Thank you so much for arriving. Welcome in Total. Welcome in Steen. Sarabi, great to see you. Virtual Bread, you too. And Danger as well. Welcome in here. And Gangrene. Welcome in to you all. Again, thank you so much for popping in. Sorry for pinging you all. Joe, is that a good volume now? That seems quite loud to me. Please let me know if they're not. I actually put some birds on and they're not. Look at that, we're getting some birds going. Hopefully that is not too loud. Playing no game. Levi, don't even know. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, am I currently set to? Nick P was last seen playing no game. I see. Welcome in. Again, some of the audio might still be a bit buggy because second stream ever on OBS. Hopefully it's fine. Welcome in. I don't want to sort of mess about too much before this announcement. Obviously I want to still hang around in case there's a few more people wanting to roll up. I have only just gone live after all. I'm just loading up Firefox, sorry. But how is everyone today? I won't keep it too long. Tomahawk, welcome in. You haven't missed it. And re-welcome in. Thank you so much everyone for coming in. This means a lot. This means a lot. Some people might just be coming in because they were like, I was going to watch a stream. But to those of you coming in, thank you. Ian, you haven't missed it. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you everyone for showing up. Cammy Cross, welcome in. It's Ryan. I see. No worries at all. Thank you for popping in, Ryan. I hope you're doing all right. And Luigi's handsome brother, welcome in. Thank you. Oh, this is great. Everyone's coming in. SK's in. This actually worked. Like, people are actually rolling in. I didn't expect this. No, it's not. It's just tied back. Exclamation mark haircut. That's not a real command. The haircut is not the command. Is not the announcement. The announcement is actually big. Can say don't dare ever ping me again. I felt terrible. I felt really, really terrible about that. I hope everyone doesn't mind. There will be another ping. If you're in the Discord, exclamation mark Discord, there will be another ping following this stream with some follow-up info. So I'm sorry. Mute it now if you want. I understand if you are. I've got my coffee. I've got my Animal Crossing coffee. My nails are getting quite long. I need to give them a clip. At least one hug per ping. That's the price. That can be arranged. Doesn't bother you at all. Well, that's good. Do. Again, those sound alerts still might be quite quiet, so I'm sorry about that. I tried to fix it and I couldn't, so I'm sorry. I resent the fact you say we're here because of the announcement. I see a lot of regulars. Yeah, that is true. But it was more. I'm always happy to see whoever comes in. I'm always happy, regardless of if it's an announcement or not. But I am particularly grateful today because I just wanted as many people to know about this as I could. It's not a Frey Bentos live tasting. I mean, it could be. I'm sorry, like, I'm going to get onto the announcement. I'm just going to get onto it. Yeah, we'll just get into it. We'll get into it. Folks are coming in. Folks are... Exactly. And Nicole, welcome in as well. So, and then, yeah, so I'm currently announcing the announcement of what it is now. I feel bad people being actually genuinely excited, because to a lot of you this won't come as a surprise. This is something I've talked about wanting to do before on stream. So I'm sorry, is what I'm trying to say. Without further ado, the thing that I am announcing is it's not this. It's actually this. It's happening. It's actually happening. This is the announcement. The monologued welcome in. On the 17th of February, I'm gonna do a 12-hour Twitch marathon in support of the RSPB. It's actually happening. It's official. It's a real thing. It's big. It's gonna happen. We've got a date. We've got everything, and we've even got commands, which I have just updated the thing with. There's a bit of a wall of text, so I apologize, but there is your official. You've got Just Giving. A Just Giving page is there. If you want to donate, you can head straight to there. It's linked to Twitch as well, so if you donate on Just Giving, it'll actually pop up on Twitch while I'm streaming. But it's real. It exists. It's really happening. And I've been, like, ever since this started getting talked about, started becoming a thing, I've been so excited to announce it. I've been so excited to talk about it. And now I really am. So here it is. Here's the official page for it. It's a bit of a mouthful, that title, but it's a real thing. Big thank you so far to Nicole Monologued and this anonymous gifter, who may or may not be me, for getting us started. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, everyone, for again being here and for supporting and for being excited, because this is this is a real big deal for me. I know it's only 12 hours. Like, I've been sort of in a lot of different minds about it, you know, because it's only 12 hours, because lots of people do Twitch marathons, stuff like that. And I'm just trying not to think about stuff like that. I'm just trying to say, look, this is something that I'm excited about, that I've really wanted to do for a very long time, and that's what matters. That's what matters. Exactly. Well, that's what I mean, because as soon as I start planning anything, I start getting anxious about it. I start thinking of, you know, all the reasons why it might be wrong. There's my little volume dial. But yeah, I'm putting my hair down because it's winding me up. I don't like it. It's happening. It's going to happen. So yeah, like, I know, and I like I say, it's just because there are so many great streamers on here who do marathons, who do all that sort of thing, and it's hard not to anyone who's done this sort of thing, anyone who's doing anything, knows that it's difficult to not compare yourself to others. But I just want to do it like a real good bit of service, you know. But yeah, obviously, Lord Cyrus, welcome. Boo. I'm sorry. Anyone who has been watching the stream for any length of time obviously knows how much the RSPB means to me. Like, it's been something I've been a part of for over 2 years now. Absolutely adore it. I visit the nature reserves all the time. I've got a bunch of the books. I've got a mug. I'm like constantly talking about it, and to be able to do this is just massive for me. Can I tell you what it is? It's the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds, and it's basically a charity that I should say that, shouldn't I? I should actually explain what it is. So thank you, Sarabi. It's basically a charity set up to basically promote the protection of British wildlife. It's not just birds. It's obviously birds are in the title, but it's all wildlife in the UK. And it's just, like I say, it's just they have like nature reserves that they build and maintain. They have like shops and other fundraising events that they use to raise money. They weren't. I've only just put them in the title because I didn't want any spoilers. I've also set up something. I spent... Look at that! Right, if I just get rid of this for a minute. I've got little things. So these are going to pop up on stream every now and then just to give you a reminder of what's coming. I've spent the whole day, the last few days, just setting stuff up. This is I don't know. Where's the thief bird? Thief bird's not on that one, I'm afraid. But there'll be different birds popping up. There we go. We've got the Tomahoopo there. And you should be off that day, Tomahoopo. Yes, yes. But yeah, this is so to be able to basically, as I said, this has been super important to me for so long. I was talking yesterday, I think, about how visiting RSPB places, reserves, bird watching, all that sort of thing, it really has helped me in the past couple of years with mental health stuff, things like that, and to be able to sort of use Twitch as a way to kind of give back. God, this all sounds very scripted. It's not. I'm just trying to... It's very easy to rely on like cliche things to say because I can't really put into words how much the RSPB means to me. So and the RSPB themselves have... I won't sort of go into too much detail. I don't know if that's a faux pas, but I basically monologued, of course, spoke to them, and I reached out to them recently, and they have just been overwhelmingly supportive of this. So they're like, you know, they've been really supportive and really helpful with like resources and ideas and just. I've just like I've been really emotional this week. I'm really overwhelmed by all this because I was expecting it to be like, I'm gonna, stream some games for 12 hours and it'll be fun and I'll maybe make a few quid to give to the RSPB, but it feels like this is just turning into something much bigger than I expected, and that's why I kind of wanted to drill up some excitement for the announcement. Very good, Danger, very good. I just really wanted this to be really significant. I didn't want to just sort of announce it and then do it. I wanted people to realize just how important it is to me and to, so we can really make this significant together. I've said quite a lot there, and I probably sound a bit funny. I don't know. This is a big deal. So yeah, if you'd like to, if you would like to support, I'm going to stick some links down below after this stream, with links to this page, to RSPB pages if you want to check out more info on the RSPB. Obviously, once again, !charity and !RSPB. Should you wish to learn more about it. And if you want to donate at any point in the build-up, feel free. Like I say, there'll be a pop-up on screen if that happens. In fact, I can give you an example of what that'll look like. Let me go to the page. It's really cool. Like, Just Giving has like little plugins and stuff that you can add to OBS, so you can do like, the pop-ups and stuff. So if I get a donation, it's gonna look like this. Are you ready? There it is. Charles, thank you so much, Charles, for your donation there. That's very much appreciated. Good old Charles. We can always count on Charles. So yeah. I just wanted to sort of announce that. Hope you're all happy to hear about that. again, I'm going to be tweeting about this. I'm going to put some info on Discord. But I'm glad you guys are also excited, because this has been eating away at me these past few days, not talking about this. I can't even read it because of the thing. Who is it? Just Josh J. Thank you so much for the donation. Sorry, the white text was blocked. Thank you so much for that donation, Just Josh J, and welcome in. Absolute legend. The first ever so I don't know if it's in terms of I don't know if it counts as an official. Josh J, thank you again. I don't even know how much is appropriate to say thank you, but I want to say even more than usual, like, thank you to everyone. So this is, I don't think it's right of me to say it's a sponsored thing or anything like that, because that's technically wrong. But it's I don't know. It's like the first Twitch. I don't know. I imagine people have raised money for the RSPB before on Twitch, but maybe affiliated. I don't know. I don't know if they'd want me to say that I'm affiliated with them. But either way, they were very supportive of it, and it's kind of a new thing. I'm sorry. I'm so like I'm going through a mixture of being like, I kept refreshing, waiting for Josh J's thing to pop up. Thank you so much, Josh J. That is incredibly generous, and so much appreciated. Thank you. And again, thank you, Monologued, and thank you, Nicole. And thank you, me. That's me, by the way. Don't get it twisted. It is a very important cause, and it's like, I don't know. I keep getting, like I said, I keep going from being lost for words and being just like wanting to just talk for hours. I'm going to have to move it again. Lelimo, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lelimo, for the £30 donation. Thank you so much. That is incredibly generous. And it means the world. It really does mean the world. I'm feeling very emotional again. It's not even here yet. And you're all being lovely. Thank you. So save the date. February 17th. I think I missed some chats back there, so I'm just going to scroll up a wee bit. If you ever come to Denmark, I have a place I need to show you. I'll look forward to it, Sarabi. I'll let you know. Tell them about how you're the first to do this with it. So they basically mentioned that this was kind of like something that they are really interested in, and that this was that this was, I think, I hope it's not inappropriate of me to say that. I really do hope. So RSPB, if you are watching, I'm sorry if it's inappropriate of me to say that, but yeah, it's you're watching you, Lels what? I'm guessing that meant to be Lelimo. But thank you again, everyone who has donated so far, everyone who has supported, everyone who is just in chat right now talking about being excited. Thank you. Lelzowski, of course. What's on the agenda? That'd be a great next stop to talk about, wouldn't it? Going to nip back to my yoga and I'll rejoin in a moment. Enormous congratulations. Monologue, thank you so much. And thank you again, Monologue, for all the support you've given so far, because Monologue, as I say, was like contacted the RSPB even before me, and has just been such a support throughout, and has helped me contain my emotions, basically. So thank you again. So for the day, for the actual day itself, I'm gonna pop over to just chatting for a bit. For the actual day itself, I'm still plotting it out. Basically, I'm still plotting out what I'm going to be doing. There's a few like guaranteed things. One thing, of course, that it would make absolutely no sense not to do is to, and Total has of course just said it, is to play some Wingspan. Thief 4 playthrough is going to be amazing. No! It's got crows in it, to be fair. Adam, welcome in. Welcome in, how's it going? Before I say any more, Adam, on stream yesterday, when I said I'll see you at 4 o'clock, I suddenly realised that you might not have seen that I was doing an announcement at 4 o'clock, and I suddenly felt really anxious. So I'm sorry if I confused you there, but I'll also see you tomorrow on your stream. I know we're nearly there on the achievements. I've only got a couple left. Maybe that'll be the big achievement. That'll be the main achievement. So yeah, Wingspan. That's going to get played. I was actually thinking about doing a sort of Wingspan tournament, because there's a few people in this community who come in who are regulars, who play Wingspan, or who have got Wingspan and are meaning to get into it. So I thought it'd be fun to do like a little friendly tournament with people who are playing. If anyone is interested in being a part of that, please let me know. Please message me, tweet me, DM me, whatever you want. What is Wingspan? Great question. Wingspan is a deck building card game in which you essentially create a habitat of birds, and you sort of collect points. Hues of Rosemary, welcome in. How's it going? I think my housemate has the card game of this. So yeah, it's sorry, I'm talking probably like a mile a minute right now. It's based on a board game, like a card game, and you put together like a habitat of birds. Each of them have different powers, they're worth different points, and it's amazing. It's so relaxing, and like I say, a bunch of people who watch stream who in the community like it, play it, or want to play it. Josh, it'd be amazing to have you in. If anyone wants to, you've got like a month, basically, a month and a bit to get some practice in. But yeah, I want to do like a sort of online tournament. It's five people in a game, so I don't know. We could do a couple of games. We could have a few games to get some idea. Then we can have like the winners of each games play off against each other. That could be neat. But we'd need like, I guess what you could do is you could have 2 games. Say we had 8 people. You could have 2 games of like 4v4. And then the winners of each game would play against each other in a 1v1. That'd be neat. That'd sort of work. But yeah. Because I think you can host games and stuff like that on it. I'm not sure. But that's going to be a part of the marathon. That'll be a big part. Because of course it would be. Another game that I want to play perhaps on the day is a game that I got a very, very long time ago, and I never actually like carried on with. But I thought this game would be good fun. It's like a sort of Phoenix Wright style detective game, featuring birds and cats and rabbits and lions, but mostly birds. It's like sort of Sherlock Holmesy. So that's a potential. I also might do a little playthrough of Alba. Alba's a game that I've already played in the past, but I thought would be really neat to play again on stream, because I think it's a game you probably can replay after a certain amount of time. If anyone hasn't played Alba, you should, and you're thinking about it, get it played. It's absolutely wonderful. It's a game in which you basically wander around a little Mediterranean island, and you just take pictures of the wildlife, and a little app on your phone identifies the creatures. And it's just so special. It's absolutely lovely. So if you're interested in anything like that, absolutely beautiful game. It's about I think I've got just under 5 hours on it. So it's not a real long game, but it's such a special experience, and it brought me a lot of joy. But yeah, those are just a couple of the games that I've got a few other ones on my mind as potential things to try. There's also, I should probably talk about another special part of the stream. For every donation, I'm going to be drawing a bird. It's not going to be my usual, full 2.5 hours of bird drawing for each bird. It's going to be like a small sort of bird icon. And with the eventual intention of everyone who donates will have a bird assigned to them. They'll have, you know, so we've got 5 donations so far. That's 5 little birds, NFT birds, exactly. And basically, I just want to basically have, each one will be like a different breed. So I'll get like this up. In fact, it won't be this. It'll be the. Do you know what? I did this the other day on stream, but I feel like if there's one reason, non-fungible toucan, non-fungible tweeters, these are good. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. It'll be this book, which again, I know are very good, Nicole. So I know I got these out the other day on stream. Don't clip that. The bird version, yes. But basically, it's like, I mean, I don't need to tell you what's in a guide to birds. I'm sure you can understand that birds are going to pop up. Of course, I would pull up the page with a pigeon on it. And a little orc. I fucking love little orcs. They are so adorable. I love them so much. But yeah, I'm going to be picking out a bird from that, essentially, for every single donation. So for every unique donator, or maybe just every donation. Fungible, I think it means tradable. Remember googling blue tits on a school computer and feeling like an absolute mad. Really got on there. And eventually what I want to do is I want to put all these little individual donation birds together, and we'll just have I'll make like a wallpaper out of it, you know, like a big collage of all these birds, and each of those birds will represent one of you generous donators. And I just think that'd be really nice. I thought that's probably the best way I can, like, Gia, welcome in. Thank you for the literature. I just thought, what better way can I sort of present my gratitude than drawing each of you a little bird, putting them all together, and just showing everyone the generosity through that. Nicole is indeed the Lord of the Noodles, and so she must be respected as such. I might do some other unrelated bird art, or just nature art, you know? We might just do some random drawings on the day, that kind of thing. Hey, are you interested in seeing drawings of birds? Head to that link and there's some birds. Yeah, so yeah, I also want to, I wasn't sure if I was going to mention this close to the date or not. Jay Murray, welcome in to everyone coming in. I hope you're all doing really well. If you want a quick refresher on what we're talking about, info's there. Do you know what, I might go back to Stone Alba, but just for a bit, I might just stick this back on. So, close. I was going to mention this closer to the day, but I'm going to talk about it now. So, I was thinking I'd quite like to, and I might have set up Just Giving wrong for this. I need to check. Because I tried to check earlier, I couldn't figure it out. I want to essentially, I could do it based on Twitch. Oh, ignore me. I want to do a raffle, essentially. I was thinking about doing some art specifically for the stream, doing some of my bird art, you know, that kind of thing. And I wanted to do some, you know, originals for it. And then essentially stick them in a frame and send them off. Send them off to whoever wins said raffle. Just Giving us some funny rule, like anyone who's donated so far will have seen. You have to click a little box that says this isn't part of a raffle. So I guess I can't use Just Giving. I don't know how strict they are about that. But I do want to say that anyone who donates is entered into the raffle, so I don't really know. I don't know. I want to. That's how I want to show my gratitude, is by having raffle tickets and stuff. But essentially, I'm going to do some art. There's going to be some sort of raffle. Or maybe I could do it as, it's like a raffle, but it's not really a raffle. Sorry about that. I don't know. I need to sort of figure out what kind of legal leeway I have there. Maybe because it's only a small scale thing. I don't know. A taffle. There you go, Gangrene. But yeah, I want to do some art. And if people would be interested, they can have some framed Big Nostromo originals, or a framed Big Nostromo original, of some sort of British wildlife. But I need to work out the logistics of that. Could also have a high value redeem, then it's not strictly financial. True. But then that doesn't go to the charity, so I don't know. Could do a bits reward, couldn't we? No, because it'd have to be quite a lot, I think. I was also going to say that any sort of subs, bits, Ko-fi donations, anything like that on the day. So I need to be explicit about that. Anything on the day. So the 17th of February, I will be, getting all the profits from Twitch that day and Ko-fi, and I'll be making like a personal offline donation for that. So just in case anyone has like their anniversary sub on that day, at least you know it's not going to go to me that day. If you want to refresh your sub and you don't want it to go to charity, I don't know why that would be the case, but if that is the case, don't refresh on that day. If you do want it to go to charity, consider subbing on that day. But if you don't want, to sub and you want to give some money, ! charity, and that's where you can do it. I should maybe do a smaller version of the ! charity command that just has the link, so that every time somebody wants the link, it doesn't have to, cover up the whole chat. I don't know. Could also have I've already read that. Get that coffee down you, man. Get that coffee down you. Coffee. I've just realised I've not put my little promos up. There'll be a thing that pops up there in a few moments. I've set it so it'll happen during gameplay as well. While I'm playing games, this is going to pop up. It's going to be a little bit smaller and it's going to be a bit less infrequent. But in case you forget, which, could happen. Maybe stuff's going on. Maybe you've got a lot of stuff going on in your life and can't keep track of Big Nostromo's charity event. You'll have a little reminder now and then, just letting you know if you're staying tuned. If that's too frequent, like when I'm playing games and stuff, and you're just chilling out watching me play some Thief or something like that, and you're like, "Fucking hell, I'm so sick of this. I'm sick of seeing it. I don't care. I just don't care." Let me know. I wouldn't expect anyone to let me know. Because I feel like they'd be outing themselves as a baddie. Don't feel like you'll be outing yourself as a baddie. If you want to give me an honest response, say, look, you got a lot of these things popping up quite constantly. Please, just turn it down a little bit, because it's all we ever see. On topic of bits, thought on custom bit badges. I have, and I was tempted to draw some, something sort of bird related, but I've never been sure. So what I might do is I might speak to some of the wonderful artists in the community and commission some bit badges. Because I've got like this weird... I hope it's, again, I always have this feeling of like, I wonder how inappropriate it is to talk about this stuff. But I'm going to talk about it anyway. I have like this weird sort of conundrum in my head of, whenever I think about doing like avatars, badges, sub badges, basically any kind of art for the channel, even like cover art, stuff like that, I always think, well, I like drawing and I like the idea of my art being a part of the channel in that way, but then I sort of feel this it's not necessarily guilt, but it's a sense of like, there's so many great artists in this community who have commissions open and stuff like that. Should I not? I know it's not my responsibility to call upon other artists to do stuff, but do you know what I mean? Like, I get a bit of a sense of, it's a shame that I'm not paying them where I could be, and getting some of them to do it. So I might get someone else to do some art for the bits badges. But yeah. Anyway, I won't prattle on about this too much more, or maybe I will. I don't know. But either way, I just want to first of all say thank you everyone for just listening, for showing up, for chatting to me, for basically caring about all of this. Concessions are for people who can't do their own art. Well, I mean, I agree and I don't agree. I think I don't see any harm in an artist paying other people to you know, do some art for them. And I know there's and that's why I like doing my own art and using my own art for like the sub badges and stuff like that. But again, if there's a lot of artists who I want to support more in this community. For example, my avatar was created by the wonderful Illustrated. So that little pigeon on the orange background, that was created by Illustrated, who did it. And it's great. I love it. I absolutely love it. Do my badges with the MS Paint and a mouse. Thank you. The only reason I do mostly my stuff is because I change my mind so often, but would love to commission more. I've also thought about that as well, yeah. Ray is brilliant. Absolutely agree. And one of many really, really, really talented artists in the community. If I had more emote slots, I'd probably commission a few emotes, but I've already got so much I want to turn into emotes, so that's a bit of a no from me. But it also might be a thing I might consider in the future. I might shuffle them around a bit. I don't know yet. I don't know. But yeah, once again, I love this little guy. Once again, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here, for listening to me prattle on for the last however long it's been. Probably not that long. About 40 minutes, about 30, 40 minutes. Thank you to those who have donated so far. Thank you to those who are planning on. Thank you to those who are planning on turning up. And thank you to anyone who is just planning on supporting in whatever way they can. I understand not everyone can donate. I completely understand that, and obviously, I'm not going to sit there and be self-aggrandizing and be like, "You are still so important to me." I'm not going to patronize. Any even just being here in chat, even just lurking. Thank you. Always a pleasure listening to Prattling. Thank you. And again, I'm gonna keep announcing stuff as we go. I'm not gonna be atting everyone in Discord every time, but like, I'm gonna keep some stuff a surprise for the day. I think I've got a spot coming. I can see like a bit of. Sorry if this is a bit much, but I think there's a little spot coming there. So I'm not looking forward to that. But like, if I decide what I'm gonna do about the art and stuff, I will be sure to let you know. Again, if you want to keep up to date on it, I'm not going to be sharing everything. I'm going to keep some stuff a surprise, but you can find out more on Twitter. I'll be popping stuff in there. I'll be popping stuff in Discord now and then. And if you have anything you want to suggest, if you think I've found this game that I think would be really suitable for the stream, or I've found this this idea that I think you could do, here's something you could take a look at, please let me know. Please DM me, please tweet me, Discord me, however you like it. I'm open to any suggestions. Obviously, regardless, I will find things to put into that slot. And I'm not saying do my job for me and make my plans for me. I hope that doesn't. That's not how it's coming across. But yeah, regardless, there'll be a 12-hour stream. I hope to see you all there. If you can't make it, no worries at all. If you're interested in donating, the RSPB links are there, the charity links are there. I'm going to keep updating the Just Giving page with more stuff as well, if you want to check there for news as well. And yeah, if you've got any questions, feel free to ask in here, like, or DM me or anything like that, and I'm happy to talk about stuff and why it's important, and why I'm doing what I'm doing, and what I'm doing, and stuff like that. One thing I'd like to do is to, for those who have been kicking about, might have heard me mention, I've got a new camera lens coming. My plan is to basically visit a few RSPB places and get a bit of footage to put on stream. The RSPB very generously, really generously already provided me with some content to actually show on stream, which is really cool. And as I said, was one of the reasons I was so overwhelmed. But I want to visit a few places around me. Some of the places that, so I can kind of show you guys why I got so much into the RSPB. Like, show you these are the spots that I go to. This is the wildlife that we're talking about. This is what I love. So I'll try and shoot some footage, take some nice pics for you all, and show you those on stream or before the stream. I don't know. I'm not going to go on much longer. I'll play some games in a sec. But one more time, thank you very much, everyone. It means so much. It really does mean so much. Hopefully, by the time we do the stream, all my OBS issues will be totally sorted. There'll be no more funny sounds. The sound alerts I was thinking on the day, I think I might reduce those down to just the bird related ones. I'm not sure. I know people do love hearing me shouting about tunnelling, so maybe I shouldn't get rid of them, but I'm going to have a little think about it. I'm going to have a little think. I feel out of breath, you know. I feel quite tired after all that. That was a lot. That was like a big emotional release, if you will. It's just been a lot. It's been a real lot this past few days. Today, me and Nicole went to see a house, which we may very well buy. That's something that's happening. And that plus this, and just a lot's going on at work. I'm feeling very, you know, it's been an interesting few weeks, and like I said, the fact that the RSPB were literally so supportive, like I cannot, well, I wouldn't say it's all coming up Nostromo, I just mean it's a lot is happening, is what I mean. A lot's happening. Not all of it good. But things like you guys being as supportive as you are, the RSPB being the way they were about all of this, like they were, I can't understate it, they were incredible to speak to, and to they've just been so helpful. And just all of that is like, and I'm not gonna mention all this without mentioning Nicole has been incredible through all of this. She's been really supportive as well. And like I said, Monologued was really supportive, and as I say, I couldn't do this. This sounds well cliche, but I couldn't do this without you, man. Now, all of you, I really have found so much solace in coming on here and chatting to you guys. It's one of the reasons people keep saying you're streaming a lot of the maintenance story. You're streaming a lot. One of the reasons is because I can come on here, I can play some games, I can chat to you folks, and it's, you know, I don't want to say it's the same every time, but it's a comfort. and I'm really, really grateful for that. Moving out from Nicole's. Well, the house will also be Nicole's. So you know, that's the way it is. But yeah, thank you again. I promise this is coming to the end of the charity section of the stream. Oh, I feel like I need to take a few. I'll see you all in a bit. Okay. I'm back. Thank you. I'm gonna play some Thief today. I think we need that. I think we need a bit of normality, you know. We need something we're all used to. I'm probably going to finish off Broken Triad, hopefully. I don't know if I will be finishing it off. I don't know how much longer we've got left. Total would be the best judge of that, I believe. Although I don't think Total's actually finished it yet either. I've just seen the email about the donations and I feel overwhelmed again. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Feel I'm in a weird space of like I've been waiting to say all this for so long, and now I just need to take a moment. I just need to take a moment. And again, it's weird because like no, I keep like trying to compare it to. I've watched a lot of charity streams. I've seen a lot of streamers that I love doing charity streams. Dino Burns, thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. The alerts are slightly different now, you may have noticed. They're a little bit different because of the stream element stuff. And again, they're probably very quiet. Let me know if they're too quiet, because I can actually increase the volume. Dino Burns, hello, welcome in. And a happy Saturday to you too. Lovely to have you. Yeah, just... you know. Eventually I'll point the right direction first time. I'm going to play some Thief in a sec, as I keep saying. God, this must be an infuriating stream to watch. Like, how rambly is this? Just same stuff over and over. Let me get Thief booted up. And I won't waste your time with all this drivel any longer. I'm only kidding. I'm not really that self-loathing. Gi, thank you very much for the lurk. There's the thing. Have a great one, all of you. Well, enjoy the thing, and have a great time. And that's so disappointing. That's so disappointing. I thought Dino Burst was the one. I feel like it's a real faux pas to sort of dwell on what to dwell on like what band people say in the messages, but fucking can't believe I'm just getting atted like this, like absolutely torn down by Dino Burns. Dino Burns really came in here with the burns. What happened? Oh, I just got mugged off. That's what happened. Right, let's move on. That's a great note too. Right. I mean, at least it was slight. Yeah, well, yeah. At least it was sort of. At least it was sort of self-degradating. Missed that. Please explain. You better not to. Better not to. It was just a big old meanie. That's what it was. Under the guise of being a friendly dinosaur, which is a shame. Is that his usual opening line? Maybe. If I do this, I don't know if the game will show up. I don't know if it's set for this. One thing I just need to do actually before I do anything else is turn on these lads. We're going to pop up while I'm playing stuff. Again, I hope this isn't annoying to deal with. But But yeah, I've just been working on a lot of stuff these past few days, and this has been the main thing. There we go. I think that's fine. Game capture. Is it looking for thief? It is looking for thief, so it should be able to find it actually. I'm so lost. I'm so lost using this software. Do you ever look at OBS and because took a pic save for the rest of your life? Yeah, it enters the best guy hall of shame. There we go. It's there. And I'm pointing the right way. I'm lost. Yeah, so on OBS, the stop streaming button is like right next to all the other buttons, and it looks identical. On Streamlabs, it's a big red end stream button. A lot of work in these graphics. Yeah, I'm not gonna be harsh on myself. It took a lot of work this moving over, and I'm glad it's for all the little audio issues and little things going wrong here and there. I'm very happy with how smooth it's been. And these little things, these are all stream elements. So thank you to all. And it's the right thing. The thing is still there. So yeah, every now and then you're gonna see a little advertisement for the charity stream. I hope it's not annoying. I hope you like it. I need to change the game. I really need to get a set game command, don't I? We love it. I'm glad. Category. So we're doing some Thief 2. I hope people don't come in here and think, oh, I was expecting like a whole stream of new stuff, but instead he's playing fucking Thief again. Great. Very exciting. Very good. I got all these books off the shelf. Literally, I pulled what, five books off the shelf. And I've done nothing with them. I just sort of showed them to the camera. You would like to join the RSPB. You do. You. I don't know if you get the guide, but you do get this lovely members guide, and it basically tells you about all the RSPB locations around the country. There's a Guillemot, and they're really good. I think it's got a map bit as well. Well, you can go to the content, you can pick out which part of the country you're from, and all that sort of stuff. I feel like this is like the most justified I've ever been in talking about RSPB and like trying to get people to join, you know. Oh, right. Let's play some Thief. Let's get into it. Let's get on with it. You know. Is the one for my country? Because I bet it has a banging name. I don't know, SK. What? Without doxing yourself? I don't know what country you're from. I don't know how to say that in a way that didn't seem a bit rude, but I don't think it is rude. You can. I think there's a tendency to overthink these things. Oh, turn it down a wee bit. A bit loud for me. I need to brighten it up. Can't tell. Well, SK, I did think you were from Scotland. But you know, you tend to. Well, yeah, I know, but yeah, I mean, it's very easy to make mistakes like that, innit? Well, the RSPB covers Scotland as well. I think the current I don't know what you call the leader of the RSPB. I think it's the chairman of the RSPB. The current person at the top of the RSPB, I believe, is a Scot, as it happens. So there you go. Big Bird, yes. The big bird on campus. He's a Scottish man. The leader of the flock. These are good. These are very good. Right. So for those wondering what the hell's going on, we're ooh, oh, that reminds me of, do you ever play Jak and Daxter? Jak and Daxter, the Precursor Legacy, was a game I streamed once. It's one of my favourite games. And the golden egg, very good. We stole a golden egg. But yeah, Tomahawk knows. There's a bit where you have to like guide all these beams around in the starting area, I believe. And they look like that. The mirrors you use. But yeah, for those wondering what's going on, essentially we were possessed by a demon. We were possessed by a demon, and we were then tricked by one of the keepers, who were supposed to be our, you know, they're like friends, but we don't really like them. They're a bit annoying, you know. They're the friend that messages you a bit too often, and you're a bit like, oh, come on, man, have a day off. So we were tricked by one of them, who turned out to want to possess. They wanted the demon to possess them. And basically, what they did was they tried to help us exorcise the demon from ourselves, but in doing so, they then took the demon. And they tried to kill us. We survived thanks to the help of the other keepers, and now we've chased them through a portal. I assume to like the home of the demon, to try and dispense some justice, kind of thing. The Celestial Gate. Every 3 months, a select few gain the wonderful privilege of journeying to a place where the stars nearly touch the ground. Every 3 months, when the moon is in the correct position, the Celestial Gate grants the chosen one's passage to Kerel, the island of the sky. There they can spend the rest of their lives in the holiest of all cities, close to the gods. Those who get chosen are usually of higher standing, although their contributions to society are factored into the selection ritual as well. However, the Emperor, undoubtedly the most deserving of all, can never be chosen. He must remain in Karath Din to justly reign over his people. There you go. You notice when I first started the stream, when Nightbot was just whacking out that link every 5 seconds. It was a bit much. Oh. Is that a bit rough? Thank you, Total. And thank you for that as well. Total's just getting Nightbot banned for like spamming chat. I wonder if that can happen. Well, no, because Nightbot's not a mod. What's that little gear symbol next to Nightbot? That's new, isn't it? Both those symbols next to it. Is that because it's like a registered bot? Right, okay. Is that a new thing? I've never seen that before. Only see mod and verify. Oh, it might be like a moderator only view then. Oh, it's a Cray person. Came in not too long ago. Okay. Ooh. This is cool. Like, this is all. Like, most of this stuff seems to be like brand new assets. Like, this isn't recycled from the game. Nightbot apparently has an Owl All Access Pass 2019. Right, I see. Jealous. Oh dear. Not jealous of this lad. This is a sauna. It is. This is a sauna. A parrot chick. Thank you very much for the follow and for the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome in. How's it going? How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in. Playing some Zelda. Nice. I am yet to start Breath of the Wild, but I am going to. I am going to do it. I feel like it's just one of those things that you got to be doing. Thank you so much for the raid. And for the follow, very generous. And for, as they say, for trusting your community. No, trusting me with the community. There we go. There we go. Gotta trust it. Thank you for trusting your community not to come into my chat and be mean to me. That was a joke. For those coming in, we're playing some Thief. This is an old PC game, but with a very dedicated community of fans creating fan-made content. And this is a bit of that. This is a fan-made level, or campaign, I guess. Fellow Yorkshire streamer, yes! Representing God's own country. I say that semi-ironically, but I do love Yorkshire. Yes, yes, Yorkshire, Yorkshire. Honestly, there was a time when you could not go to a club in Yorkshire without hearing that. And by without hearing that, I mean without singing along to that. Oh, jeez. Hello. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh god, they're fighting each other. What? What is going on? No. Used to do that down south at uni. Made a lot of enemies. I don't blame you. Don't blame you. What's this? Chronological list of Carol's emperors. Big stone tablets. Yeah, that was a little bit frightening. Is there anything actually useful in here? Absolutely not. I wonder who won out of that fight. Fight between the apparently invincible flame things. It's cool this though, isn't it? Waiting. You must be mad thinking of profit when the city is crumbling around us. If you really must get inside the palace, try the name of Carol's first emperor at the entrance. I have no idea how the treasury can be accessed, though. Some say you have to set another pattern of hieroglyphs at the entrance. Even if you find the secret passage, its magical nature requires a particular way of navigating it. And the only person knowing how it works is sitting on the throne with a sword protruding from his forehead. Yeah, that was rough. Just clipping that tablet in case you need to know the names or dates. Thank you, Tall. New objectives. A treasury, eh? Finding it sounds like a challenge, but passing up this opportunity would be a real shame. It's true. It's true. It would be a shame. In the game of Thief, I feel that I would be I would be remiss. I like the purple sky. Ooh, oh, it's like a keeper glyph. Wow! This is cool. This is real neat. Look at that. Do you know what? Instantly gets 1 point extra on the compendium for having God Rays. What's this? Star Gem. Garrett, what you see around you is the effect of a sanctuary glyph. Normally, the glyph creates... There's an owl! I won't draw attention to it every time I see it. What you see around you is the effect of a sanctuary glyph. Normally, the glyph creates a stationary protective bubble, wherein a keeper is safe from any of the outside world's hazards. However, when I invoked the glyph, it created this sphere of reality, a remarkably accurate replica of the Keeper compound where I had studied for most of my life. I believe the compound must be a recreation from my memory, because only those rooms are accessible where I've been before in reality, and only the books that I've actually read have writing in them. I don't have an explanation why this happened. I can only assume that the paranormal storm surrounding Tempest Isle altered the sanctuary's glyph effect. In any case, this strange incident certainly works in our favor. I've invoked several sanctuary glyphs at different locations on Tempest Isle, and they all lead to this compound. This should enable you to travel quickly from one glyph location to the other by using the sanctuary as a hub. You'll notice that I've also created several impassable barriers, which look like giant keyholes. These are security measures that should prevent Narsel/Leonard from just waltzing through the sanctuary in case he discovers one of the glyphs. The barriers will disappear with each new glyph you'll find on Tempest Isle. Once you've found and used all the glyphs, you'll be able to access the entire compound. Since the sanctuary is only a spell, you can't take anything out that's part of it. However, items from outside can be dropped and retrieved here without a problem. I did so with the star gem lying next to this book. Throughout Carol, you'll find small alcoves where you can insert one of these gemstones. The gems are a source of energy the former inhabitants of this island used to power various machinery.
Better check my map.
Okay. Oh. This is, really interesting, isn't it? Because those of you who saw the first half of this mission, it was like a city area, but now we're in like, you know, these could be two separate missions for how large they seem. Is this what I just read? Oh no, this is new. Bloody hell. Garrett, first of all, I want you to thank you for following me. You're currently on Tempest Isle, so called by seafarers because of the unnatural storm surrounding it. Before it became this cursed haven for restless souls, the island was called Carol. It used to be populated by the Carulians, a peaceful group of precursors who had come here by the means of the moon portal, which brought us here as well. On the bright side, Narsel hasn't arrived on Tempest Isle yet, otherwise you likely wouldn't be reading this. The moon portal has some curious effects on time. For you it seemed to take mere seconds to travel from the museum to the island. In reality, the voyage can take from a couple of minutes to several hours, or even days. It all depends on the moon's position the moment you enter the portal. Narsel, you, and I entered at different times, thus we also arrived or will arrive here at different points in time. That's very convenient for us. Since the portal works outside of our normal time, it can happen that somebody who stepped into the portal earlier will reach their destination much later. At the time I am writing this, I've been here for more than 2 days, and neither you nor Narsel have arrived yet. I only hope you get here before... He said that I came through mere moment. I'm nitpicking. I only hope you get here before Narsel does. What you saw in Arkford was only the tip of the iceberg. I doubt I'd stand a chance against Narsel on my own. Even though he is not in his complete form yet, your immediate goal should be to follow me into the necropolis, the island city of the dead. The island is very unstable due to all the volcanic activity, and some of the corridors I took to enter the necropolis already collapsed. You'll have to find another route, most likely through the temple. Since I don't know if and when we'll meet in person, I've placed several books and notes throughout the sanctuary for you to read. They should give you a better understanding of my perspective on the situation. I won't leave any notes on the island itself, since they might be found by Narsel if he arrives before you do. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Garrett_plays. Adam, what? What? What are you talking about? So these glyphs play a really significant part in the third game, in Thief Deadly Shadows. He said that at the start of the book, right? Did he actually? What? Listen, you're trying to throw me off my game. I don't know what I'm doing here. I think I took like the most convoluted way just to jump from here to here. And I don't think it was worth it because... No. Let's hop down here, shall we? Oops. He said, thanks for following me, Garrett. I get it. No, that is a good joke. That is actually funny. It just doesn't translate well to me having read the whole document and then reading your joke. I'm sorry, Adam. Because that was actually good. It is a head. Is that where we came down? Yeah. Is it? No? We came down a rope, didn't we? Notice Pinhead nibble the corner of the book. It's contained within some kind of force field. Dania, is it wrong if I am looking forward to attending the funeral ceremony of Priest Melu? I can already imagine the richly decorated people passing me by as the procession slowly moves southwards, following the last path. It's the first time I'm allowed to see a funeral of a priest, and Hila Naza even agreed that I'll be assisting the Sensa call. I'm a bit ashamed though. I was too nervous to ask him how such a call works. All I know is that it can summon the spirit of a deceased person. Can you explain the procedure to me, please? From Rutan. Yeah, I think it was a good joke, that. Hang on, let me just check that again. So the priest died. Even agreed that I'll be assisting the sense call. Too nervous to ask him how such a call works. All I know is that it can summon the spirit of a deceased person. Okay. Well, it's good to keep that in mind, I guess. This seems like I can interact with it using something, but I don't know what. Oh, it's... Right, we need to use some sort of key on it at some point. But we don't have that key at the moment by the looks of it. But keep that in mind. Keep it in mind, please. Folks, I'm really sorry to do this to you so early into the stream. I need a wee. The new mage has banned necromancy in Oblivion. Everyone's talking about the new Archmage, I believe you mean. Archmage Travern. I like Archmage Travern, and do you know what? I don't blame him for banning necromancy, because it is weird. And the mages that left because of that, fuck them. You know what I mean? I'll be back momentarily. I'm just popping to the loo. Necromancers are everywhere, and they do just seem like bad news. Like, you're absolutely right, Hughes. If necromancers are apparently so justifiable, why are they constantly just causing trouble? Maybe I'm the wrong person to come to that decision, but all I'm saying is Traven kicks him out all of a sudden. What happens next? Well, I don't want to spoil it for Total, but comedy zoom. It's comfy, that. Are there any necro amateurs? Oh shit. I don't know. What? I don't know. Tomahawk, that was good, by the way. You deserve some credit for that. Even though I've seen it before, I still had a little chuckle when I got back. There are necro managers, of course. What about necro maintenance workers? Can't all be masters, that's true. Well, it's not... Does Mansa translate to master, does it? I've never thought about that. What does the word Mansa actually mean? What does it correlate with? Where does it come from?
Dearest Andor, do not believe the priest's official reports of what happened yesterday. I saw it with my own eyes. During Emperor Vasperek's public audience in the hearing court, a cloaked man stepped out of the crowd. He produced a sword from under his robe and hurled it across the crevice like a spear. The blade penetrated the Emperor's skull and buried itself into the throne's back before anyone even realized what was going on. The people attending the audience broke into a panic. The assassin then dropped his cloak and revealed himself to be a sentinel of the Dark Watch.
From Latin, mantia, ultimately from ancient Greek. Divination, right. So it's like someone from... So necro keywork. So... If it's divination, then I guess it's sort of like just someone who is skilled in, I guess. I don't know. Comes from Yorkshire, of course. Mansa! What's the Dark Watch? Dunno. It's not canon. I can say that much. Some sort of assassin group, I guess. Death from God, like Pyromancer is fire from God. Yeah. I didn't realise that was what Pyromancer meant. Death from Divines means, right, I see. Makes sense. People who watch, but only in the night when they can't see anything. Pyromancer is a guy who really loves pies. Pies from Divine memes. Memes. Loving a bit of etymology on Thief Streams. Absolutely. Etymology's great though, isn't it? It's always interesting. Something strange happened when I was cleaning the upper floor in the palace baths. Without any announcement, Emperor Vasperek came rushing in and jumped right into the pool to take a shower under the waterfall. He lifted his face upwards but remained unaware of my presence as the tumbling water was covering his eyes. Then after just a few seconds he climbed out of the pool, headed off, muttering something about his friend showing him the way through the secret passage. I knew the priests put a special essence into the water, but I wasn't aware that it's making our emperor hallucinate. That's not that strange. Without any announcement, he came in and jumped into the pool and took a little shower. That's not that weird. And then leaving talking about a secret passage. There's nothing weird about that. All that means is there's a secret passage. So just cool, right? Etymology. I thought that was what books speak. Web searched a word and etymology about 4 days out of 7 on Twitch. Yeah. Maybe I should have been searching etymology. These are the questions. I like these plants. Maybe that star... Oh! Oh, neat. Right, so we need to get... I'm guessing we need to go back into... Where are we now? Just so I can make a note of this. Is this, do you reckon? Star gems. I'm gonna put... I think. So we need to go back into the Keeper's sort of memory mind palace, if you will. Presumably to find the other star gem. I like this a lot, you know. Is that wood up there, do you reckon? I don't think it is, but let's test. No. Worth a try. Oh, that joke I made. Oh, fuck. Secret passages being going for a poke. I'm sorry. You spend enough time in a Staggy's chat, you learn to ignore all mention of poo. That's the sad reality of it. I've become numb, you know. We're back here again, aren't we? Did we go in here? Yeah, we did. Did we? Ooh, this is where we came from. Right, this is where we came from earlier. Staggy's is the Poo King. We're respected as such. Danger and Staggy's have really brought poo comedy to the forefront once again. They have. They've brought it back. It's back in vogue. This seems significant. Ah! Perhaps not. You know, that seems like it should be used for something. There's definitely nothing behind it. Maybe I should head back through to that central plaza area. I'm a bit anxious about the villainous villains kicking about around here. They've actually become friends now. They were fighting before, but they appear to have joined forces. And that's a worry. I am stuck. Yeah, that's true. Suppose I can open this back up. So this is where we started. We go through here? No. The elements are turning against us. Not a day passes without the ground trembling violently. The eastern shrine got completely submerged by the inexplicably rising seawater, and aggressive fire elementals have started appearing in the alleys of our city. I think this must be what happened to Kareth Din centuries ago. Vartaran arrived through the Celestial Gate and died at its steps. What he managed to tell the priest before he passed away was very similar to what we are experiencing now. Intriguing. It looks great, this. You know, this is... I've not seen many missions that look like this. So what? So that's the Temple Forecourt. Temple's here. Oh, Temple Forecourt's here. Right, okay. Right. So that would mean we're in the Dawn Plaza now. So... does that mean that the bit we were at earlier wasn't this bit? It was actually probably more this... I think probably better I don't try and figure that out. Jelith, welcome in. How's it going? And a happy Saturday to you. You just got your septum done. Nice. I hope it went okay. I have never had any piercings, but I imagine it could be painful, so I hope that wasn't the case. But I don't know. Ooh, a key. Do you reckon this is for that fire elemental that was down the well? I don't know why I would want to release it, but let's go have a look. It's the only locked door I remember seeing. Painless and quick, super nice people, and ask for your pronouns on the fort. Oh, that's lovely. There's definitely no reason that shouldn't be more common. Septum getting pierced is what happens at... No, Adam! No! That's a ban. That's an instant ban. For making me relive that. This is not what that key is for, sadly. Shit. There will never be a time when that isn't too soon, in my opinion. Josh J. I've been meaning to ask, and I've not been meaning to ask, but I've never thought to ask. Do you prefer Josh J or Josh or Triple J? Because my mind always wants to say Josh, but I don't. I remember I used to just refer to you as Josh, but I didn't want to like... or J, yeah. I didn't want to assume anything. Josh is your preference. Right, well, we'll stick with Josh then. That works for me. Some folks say JJ. Well, JJ is pretty cool. When I used to play a game called Sherwood... I don't know if anyone is familiar with the online game Sherwood. Sherwood Dungeon, actually. Which was a massively multiplayer, and when I say massively, it was an averagely sized multiplayer online game in which a bunch of people dressed as knights, well, they were knights, all ran around. Sherwood stream went, we could make that happen if it's still up. That you would run about and you'd like fight some monsters together. It was basically like an online chat room with some like vague combat going on. Which everyone was a knight and they fought like skeletons, and there was just like this ever-repeating dungeon under the main castle that you could go into. And I made friends with someone on that server called JJ, and we turned our sort of armor color to red, and we basically went around essentially trying to conquer the land under the Red Kingdom. We basically got real imperial with it, and we sort of ran about just basically trying to, like, if there were people wearing blue colours, would be like, listen, we're from the Red Army, not to be confused with the Soviet Union. And we're here to, you know, we're here to conquer. So change your colour to red, or we're gonna get you. And basically, we ended up with like this gang of like 10 people, all in like red suits of armor, just running about this map, just like converting people. And you could probably you could probably put some sort of problematic reading on it, but it was I think it was just quite funny that we managed to sort of round up so many people to this cause. Oh, Josh, what am I reading there? We're back here again, so I'm gonna leave the rope arrow in here just so I can get. Oh, where was the bit where I got up? Was there a ladder? Oh, there it is. That's the first line of the anthem. I see. See, if Ian was still here, Ian would pick up on that straight away. Was I able to get in this room? Oh yeah, of course I can. Right. Total, if you are still kicking about, I'm interested to know how far did you actually progress in this level. If you haven't completed it yet. Further than you, right? Okay. We need to find somewhere for... Ooh, I don't think I've been up there, you know. Ah, this is new. This is new. Health potion. A skeleton. And nothing else. Very good. Very interesting. Super. Right. Glad I came up here then. I'm only kidding. I'm grateful for the health potion. Ah! He ran into Ghost Kai when playing Blight on DBD today. He's uploaded a YouTube video of it. And it's cool. Very nice. Jelly, you're running into everyone now. You've sort of broken the seal, as they'd say. And now you'll just be bumping into all the Twitchers. Trying to think of where else. Oh. Now hang on a second. No, that's actually the bit we were in earlier, isn't it? Is it? Right, come up here. Is that the glyph we entered earlier? I think it is. Is it just me, or does it kind of look like that? No, it don't. That's a reach. Jealous for partner. Couldn't agree more. I just want to head back in here a second, I guess. Right. I don't know why I headed back in here. There's nothing. It's not. We've done everything. But this is very much in the style of what the Keeper hideout looks like in Thief 3, which I like that. I like that they've tried to keep it slightly canonical, you know. Do you know what's a really interesting thing about this fan mission? This is going to surprise some people. This fan mission was released in 2005. This fan mission is nearly it was like January as well, so this is nearly 17 years old. How cool is that? And a few streams ago, we were playing Raven's Reach, which came out literally like a week ago. So we've been playing fan missions for this game that have been released like 17 years apart, and I just think that's so mint. Ominous Bequest that we played before this was released in like 2003. 2003. 5 years younger than me. Yeah, it's like... I think 8 years younger than me. Maybe. I'm not good at maths. Right, I'm sort of running about in circles here. Let's have a look around. Let's try and move off the beaten track a little bit. Let's you know, let's try and... I said maybe... Thanks, Danger. Gonna be the FM that saves me. And after all... Yeah, the violent end of Duncan Malvine, my favourite fan mission played yet. And after all, Taffer, bonk. You know, wait, there were locked doors earlier, weren't there? Around here. Am I remembering correctly? No, these doors you just couldn't open at all. I don't know. Let me in! I'm like Blight. That's sound Blight makes. Jelith can attest. I'm sorry folks, I'm running around in circles a bit here, aren't I? Which is something you're probably not used to seeing on a Thief stream. Particularly mine. Usually they're much more direct. You know, I'm usually picking up what I have to do straight away. There's like barely any delays whatsoever usually. How many times will I make that joke? Light sounds are based purely on Adam's monkey just sound alert. I love that sound alert. I absolutely love it. Right, let's have a look down here again, see if we can't climb over this. This is giving me like Demon Souls vibes. You know the Stone Fang mines when you get close to the dragon. You retired it? No. Justice for Monkey Joe. Did you ever see the cover of Wonderwall that guy did, where he was just like, I don't know, he was like a singer. He was like a regular singer, not like a rock star. He was like I don't know, he was like a real baritone singer, and he was just like, and after all, you're my Wonderwall. I can't remember who did it. Let me have a look. This is the reason why I'm reminder. Wonderwall cover. There it is. Sounds like Richard Cheese. This is iconic.
That the fire in your heart is out. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you. And all the roads that lead us there are winding, and all the lights that light the way are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. And baby, are you gonna be the one that saves me? And after all, you're my Wonderwall.
This is the cover you never realised you needed. Young Bruce Forsyth killing it. What's he doing? Like, do you think this was...
anybody.
Right, I think this was actually I'm gonna assume that this was meant to be like a funny thing. Like
And all the roads
it's like a comedy thing.
are winding, and all the lights that light the way are.
It is I do prefer it, you know.
There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how.
Let me hear you sing it.
Are you gonna be the one that saves me? And after all, you're my wonder wall.
That was great. I assume it is some sort of like silly thing, like intentionally silly. Better than Golpa. I'm doing really badly today at like knowing what people are on about in chat. I'm sorry, Josh. I'm sorry, chatter. I don't understand the reference. Wait, this is new, innit? Have I been through it? Yeah, I think this is where I started. Yeah. No, I refuse to believe that. I think it's probably me. Yeah, this is where we started, but there's probably more to see around here. Mind you, Richard Cheese. Who is Richard Cheese? You keep talking about this Richard Cheese character. I don't know what you're talking about. Who is Richard Cheese? Let's have a look around here. Let's give this Crayman a little bonk. We haven't had a bonk all bloody stream, would you believe it? Let's get the first bonk of the stream. Unlucky! Oh, fuck. No. Here it comes. Charlton, welcome in. You don't know Ricky Ches? Oh my god. Obviously not, Adam. That's why I just said, who is Richard Che... Adam. Adam. Where's my health potion that I picked up? Hello? Spotlight notification. I would like a spotlight command. How's it going, Charlton? I'm doing okay, thank you. Oh, it was the other sergeant. Yes. I'm doing pretty good. We had a big announcement, exclamation mark charity or exclamation mark RSPB to find out more, and it's gotten a lot off my chest, and I'm feeling good about that. Ah! Thanks, Total. Again, I probably need to make a slightly smaller version of that, don't I? Thank you, Total. Right, so we've got our gems now. Now we can get through that door. Really woken up, need some coffee desperately, but happy to be hanging out for bonks. Happy to have you in, Charlton. I could drink another coffee, you know. Might be on the cards. God, it's nearly 6 o'clock. This poor geezer. He's had it real tough. I've done stuff before. I've had separate charity and donate commands. If people just want the link, then they have that option. That's a good idea, that. Oh, we're back to the start. I didn't mean to come here. No, that is a fantastic suggestion. So after the stream I will, unless one of the mods would be really generous just to make an exclamation mark donate command It was the Emperor, yeah. So this is the Emperor that got a sword lobbed at his head.
It's an ambush! We were too late.
I'm trying to remember what they say. Yeah, they did just leave him. Yeah, if one of the mods could set up an !donate command just with the link to Just Giving, that would be amazing. If not, don't worry, I will do it off stream if not. They de-witted it. They de-witted, alright. Like, do it. I was sat there reading de-wit like, is that a Bioshock Infinite reference? I like Bioshock Infinite, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I feel like if I went back and played it, I wouldn't like it, but I do like it. Get done in. Get done in. Get done in. Die. Should we kill this lad? In fact, let's flash bomb him. Let's. I don't want to murder. I don't want to murder the poor lad. What you got? Yes. Yeah, I like it. It will be a long and perilous journey to my fridge. If only fridges could walk or roll. Maybe. Infinite was class. Infinite is class. It's got a cool story. DLC's proper good. I really like the DLC. Thank you very much to all. Thank you very much. MVP. Ooh. Oh, bloody hell. Right. So I don't know the combo for that yet, so there's no point in spamming that. That's the way to get to the Emperor. But yeah, I'm not sure if you were in chat at the time, Joshua, when I was saying the other day. I think you did a WWF stream a while back. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that was one of the first streams that, like, first charity streams that I saw, and I was like, wow, this is... It inspired me quite a bit. I was like, this is the sort of thing I'd like to do. Like a nice wildlife sort of thing. Yeah, I think I was like, I think when I first started following you, I was looking through some old VODs, to see what sort of stuff you streamed, and I saw that. I thought that is great. Can't get my head around the first Bioshock game. Just a little too heavy on the menus for me. I can get that. I like it, but it's one of those things where a Spirit Fire or I don't know. I think Bioshock 1 is something where another game I'd be worried to play again, because I feel like I probably wouldn't enjoy it as much as I did the first time. I'm not sure. Never finished the original Bioshock. The gameplay annoyed me. Yeah, it's a bit clunky, innit? I think in Bioshock 2 they added the feature where you could have a power and a gun at the same time, and that probably worked a lot better. Hate that you just respawn into the game rather than a load save checkpoint. Yeah, that sort of feature I never really like. I like a nice straight up save load. That's how I like it. Quick saving is ideal. Zach, welcome in. What's the announcement? ! Charity, and you can find out for yourself. Sorry, that actually sounds really actually, find out for yourself. Work it out. No, I didn't mean it like that. You could turn that off. What, the save feature? Well, that's neat. It's neat. Bird charity. We're doing it. We're doing it, Zach. Ooh. Oh! These are the symbols that were on the door to the Emperor. Welcome in, Zach, by the way. How's it going? How's your Saturday going? You are a darn fool, Danger. I could have told you that. Look, Dane. Ja. So what this tells us, Danger, is that you are a rabbit with a tuning fork or something. Danger. Hello. Anyway. Cool. I've got the translation. A practical guide to the known types of demons. False light. Many people who have been on the verge of death reported later that they had seen a bright light at the end of a black tunnel. In almost every account, this light is described as an intense glow, emitting peace and calmness. Clerics, as well as many scholars, agree that the light acts as a guiding beacon, which leads the spirit into the hands of the builder. A false light is an extra-dimensional demon with the unique ability to cunningly mimic this kind of light. Its enthralling glow lures the soul of recently deceased into a trap, where the demon devours or enslaves them. Worlds that are contaminated by false light commonly experience a dramatic rise in the occurrence of undead, as their trapped souls cannot find any rest. Fortunately, a false light is unable to travel between dimensions on its own, thus cannot befall other worlds at will. Summoning a false light for item enchantment is only recommended for the very experienced spellcaster. A single item is too weak a binding to hold this type of demon properly. If at all, a false light needs to be imbued into a divided triad, which is probably that big portal at the start. The name false light stands for both the demon and the light it is radiating. Flamingo, 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 flamingo. What was that? I'll have to go back. Was it ha ha ha? It was. Is that a flamingo? I know it's got long legs, but the upper body, it looks more like a swan with long legs. I'm not sure though. A fromage. The ref one is suspicious. Oh, the re one. Yeah, what's going on there? I think it's some kind of crane or heron. Yeah, that sounds more like it. Yeah, Adam. Oh, I like this. that was so perfectly timed with the portal. Adam, fake Egypt fan. It's a cliff racer, yeah. Cliff racer. This morning, we made a gruesome discovery. Apparently, the Celestial Gate has been activated during the night, 2 weeks before the next reception. As a result, the unfortunate man who had tried to get through only arrived partially. Lying at the foot of the gate, we found an arm and a leg, both cut off, as if a sharp knife had gone through them. This is one of the dangers, shower with danger, of the portal. If the moon is not in the right position, travelers run the risk of being torn apart during the voyage, and having parts of them arrive at different times. See, nobody mentioned this while I was bloody going through the portal. The keeper LF was just like, yeah, just hop on through. Be alright. What's the worst that could happen? I could have had me blooming toes nicked off. This is why the reception ceremony only takes place 4 times a year, at days precisely calculated by Careth Din and Carol's astronomers. As for the traveller's identity, we cannot be sure. For now, he was wearing an intricate ankle collar that suggests him being of a higher standing, but otherwise we can only wait for the rest of him to arrive. As dreadful as this may sound. Several healers, myself... Bloody hell, this is a long one, isn't it? Several healers, myself included, were positioned at the pole to await the unfortunate traveller's arrival. The remaining body came through, and to everyone's shock, the traveller proved to be none other than Vartaran, Carath Din's emperor himself. We did our best to aid him, but he was too weak, and with one foot already in the afterlife. During his last few breaths, we tried to speak to... He tried to speak to us, though his voice was no more than a hoarse whisper. From the little we could make out, Carath Din was on the verge of destruction. Vartaran mentioned the anger of Nlautep. I mean, these are made up, I think, so I don't have to worry too much about that. And the priests had tried everything to appease the earth. Nobody else arrived that day, and since the gate has remained dark, which likely means the other end has been destroyed, Vartaran must have tried to escape the cataclysm by entering the Celestial Gate. Vizier Kadan Haref announced a year of mourning for our emperor and the fall of our great city, as Vartaran is no more. Kadan Haref will now ascend to be the first emperor reigning Caerl. We just hope our brethren in Carath Din were able to escape with their lives. It's quite clear Vartaran was acting out of desperation. It is not in the Emperor's plan to step through the... It is not the Emperor's place, to step through the Celestial Gate. As tradition dictates, he has to stay with his people his entire life. Although we cannot communicate with our brethren in Carath Din, it became apparent to us already at the beginning of Vartaran's reign that he was quite fond of wealth, and not a man of the people like his predecessor Vartarak had been. It was only a matter of time before the gods would show their resentment. There is a way back through the Celestial Gate, if the third gate in Carath Din is still intact, but since this is a one-way path, nobody will be able to come back to Caerl. I'm not sure what I gathered from that, but yeah, rest in peace. Unlucky. Moving the sacred fire elemental away from the market and close to the palace is out of the question. I thought you knew that the elements only remain stable when they're being shaped. Remember the fire elemental that went rampant 5 minutes ago? It happened because the pedestal had been moved by accident. That is why we shaped this one near the water and away from the palace. I know it's tedious, but if one of the palace's hallowed candles go out, you'll have to bring it to the market and relight it. Okay. Yeah, indeed. Unlucky. That guy. Where are we? I feel like I've forgotten where what? Hello. Did we go through the bit with... Did we put the stars in that door? Is that where we are right now? We did, didn't we? Yeah, we put the stars up there. The gems. I completely forgot for a moment how we got here. Have a look up here. Oh. Right. Sky is really pretty today. Bright light shone in my eyes when I woke up this morning. Despite there being no window in my chamber, I soon realised that the source of this unusual glow was the hammer I had acquired from the seafaring merchants. To further amazement, there was an ethereal figure standing right next to it. The apparition had left its arm outstretched, as if it were reaching for the hammer. Then it turned its head towards me. Chill went down my spine when I recognised the ghost to be that of Keben, the fisherman we had buried just a few days ago. With an accusing stare, Keben seemed to be mouthing soundless words directed at me, and then he was gone. With that, the hammer's glow faded as well. This event has confirmed my belief that the hammer has a connection to Caerl, and more precisely to the City of the Dead. I am unsure of this connection's exact nature, thus I am going to visit the necropolis before I bring this matter before the council. I'm not looking for... Oh, the head priest. What did we read about the head priest earlier? I think we read that he's dead. But I could be wrong. It's another gem. They're everywhere now. I thought they were special, but clearly not. Oh my goodness. Even if the council allowed me to install the moonstone at the Celestial Gate, there is far bigger problems. We cannot get inside the room where the stone is kept. Somebody destroyed the lock with the obvious intent to prevent anyone from accessing the room. I have a pretty good idea who performed the deed. Head priest Fuquan has always been very vocal concerning the third gate, and his recent disappearance is just too much of a coincidence. Ever since he obtained the strange hammer, his behaviour has become increasingly erratic, and this is the result. Unless we can break that door open soon, we better find a secure place to hide. There is a storm brewing in the city of the dead. Yours, Ander. Very interesting. Found out we found one more, and now thinks the gems are abundant. That's true. That's true. Haruba, thank you very much for the follow. I hope that speed reading. Speed run of that text document was what pushed you over, and you were like, yes, this is my kind of stream. This door is broken in some way. What did you just call me? I don't know. The thing about reading in these games is I read out what I'm reading. I read it out, and it just goes. I just forget it immediately. I must have read... I haven't read this yet, bloody hell. As head priest and embalmer, I was of course among those who objected most strongly to the seafaring merchants setting foot on our island. When I heard that they were trading goods they had brought from their ship, I fully intended to go down to the market and put a halt to any barter going on. Ironically, when I arrived there, I found myself being mesmerised by an item the strangers had on sale. It was a hammer, most likely one used... Oh, so this is what he's all about. Emanated an aura of inexplicable calm and salvation. I am convinced there is a divine nature surrounding this hammer that in some way connects to our island. I plan on acquiring it, not for personal possession but for further studies. I discussed the matter of the merchant with the Emperor Vasberic, and we agree on drugging them and transporting them back to their ship. We are not interested in trading with other civilizations, and these hallowed grounds shall not be desecrated by infidels. So he was basically like, listen, no, Adam, no. He was basically like, right, I want this hammer, but I'm not trading with him, so what we're going to do is we're going to bonk him. And we're going to nick it, because, you know, we're holy people. Don't want to buy it, just drug him and steal it. Exactly. Yeah, steal some Limmy pattern next time that happens. You know it's coming. Is this a room we've already been in? Yeah, we've already been in this room. What? What? Hey, ready. No, I'm not doing it. But it was there. It was there to be done. No, I want. I demand respect for having the opportunity to steal that jerk and not. And I chose not to. I made the conscious decision. You don't understand the reference. It's when he's doing his Space Odyssey face. Oh my goodness. He had to do it for us to know. Well... No. No. I've already made the point that I'm not stealing it. Is there any... Right, there's wood here. I wonder what that arrow's for, you know. What's a spirit fire arrow? A tribute is not theft. Listen, I'm not doing it. Oh. It's too easy. And I'm about challenge, you know? Ugh. So the front of the casket or sarcophagus fell off, crashed through, which has allowed us access. It's creative. It's really creative, this. Oh. Fucking loads of them. Sorry. I just realised when Monologue left to do yoga, I never wished him good luck with his yoga. Or like, I hope it goes well. And I feel bad about that now. Monologue, if you are still kicking about somewhere, I hope the yoga's going well or went well or is well if you haven't done it. Do you need luck for yoga? I don't know. I just wanted to wish him well with it. But maybe if it's some yoga is quite difficult, so maybe. Ah, this will fit on. Oh! Don't look at me! Back to bed. It's another... Yeah, it's another arrow. I wonder if they're to dispel the enemies that we ran into earlier. That's what I'm thinking. Or if they're for some specific purpose. Is that just the... Yeah, that's the bit we were in earlier, I think. Where is it? Anyway. What are we thinking to this so far? I'm really liking it. It's obviously not... I don't know, it's like a mystery, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's very strong. It's definitely like leaps and bounds ahead of Ominous Bequest. Not that I didn't like Ominous Bequest, but... Ominous Bequest felt like it was held back in a lot of places. Whereas this feels like just a huge success in almost everywhere. Ah! Ooh. Thanks. As a casual thief viewer, I really like this one. It's funky. Danger, you're a thief viewing main. Thought you said you were playing the actual game until you said FM. No. Now that's what I mean, like nothing in the main game really looks like this. In a way, maybe the Lost City bits do, but even then, not so much. But that's why I like it so much. It's very, very unique. Now then. Just realised I've been a little bit lax. Thou cannot catch me. Don't know why I said that. The portals are very cool. I agree. Oh. You're very cool. Thank you. Oh, I assume that was tutorial. What did you achieve or obtain there? I got this little pyramid thing. Let me just... So I think it fits on here, I'm guessing. Ooh. Heavy lurking while doing house DIY. Super looking forward to the charity stream. I've popped for some food. Gangrene, enjoy the food. Good luck with the DIY, and thank you very much. Lovely to have you in.
Careful in here. There are likely a few traps around.
Right.
I should be careful in here.
Let's be careful this time.
Likely a few traps around.
Got a, Ooh. Oh! Goodness me. Watch out for the traps, yeah. That's a good shout, really.
Likely a few traps around.
I don't get it. Wait, no? What if I crouch here? Will that... Nice.
I should be careful in here. There are likely a few traps around.
We should maybe trigger it, right? And just... Oh, fuck's sake, man.
I should be careful in here.
Hey, what's that?
There are likely a few traps.
What's that? Shut up. That's some sort of gem there. Give me that. Give me that! Maybe it's not a gem, maybe it's just a light source that rotates. I don't think it's something I can grab. I think that's a pressure plate. It's not a pressure plate! Maybe it is. I'm pretty sure it's a pressure plate. Looks like one, doesn't it? It can't be! Yeah, it's just detecting me every time anyway. What's this? Oh. Oh! I get it now. I get it. I just gotta use this. No, I don't feel devious. There we go. Look, I figured it out. And it was fairly... Ooh! Danger, this puzzle's for you. This puzzle's for you. Maybe we've got to make those shapes for each. Why would it do me like that? That's so mean. Do you think I've got to make all of them at once? No, that'd make sense. Maybe, because if you do that, and that, then that's technically all of them being done, actually, isn't it? So if I get rid of these. There we go. Hey! Thank you. Man, that platform did me like Dinosaur Burns did. And I don't say that lightly. Alright, let's try this. Listen. Not the most successful moment in my life. Got him out of the way. Now in the main game you can kill those by firing water arrows at them. So I should probably try that at some point. I can hear footsteps this way. Dangerous, like that game you played. The Dark Anthology one. Just murdered him, just straight up murdered him. Maybe I should try and sneak instead of just murdering every NPC in sight. But they're like undead, aren't they? So it don't count. It don't count. Like I'm not gonna feel bad about it. Feel like I'm in Umbrella. Oh, look at that. The perceptive eye will see the light. Is that the light? Oh wait, there. So does that have some sort of significance? Possibly come back to it. I'm guessing there's going to be a few puzzles there. The last path, that's probably not the one we want to take first. Was that a button? Where did you see a button? I'll go back. Yeah, I've got to go back anyway. Oh! Ooh. Ooh. On the bridge, I'll have a look. I wonder if these are like the haunts where you can't bonk them. No, it's got to be a death blow, sadly. On the bridge, you said. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks, Tall. Whose side are you on? Getting me shot at. Ooh. Oh, bloody hell. Can't believe it. Thought we were friends. Think you can trust someone, don't you? Ooh. Oh yeah. I thought it was a stealable dagger or something. Feels like Tomb Raider or something, doesn't it? Let's get this lad dealt with, shall we? Ooh. Well, it's a good thing I picked up so many of these gems, isn't it? Literally tons of them as well, so I can go through that doorway now. But before we do that, let's have a look through it. This feels like it could be a place in Elder Scrolls, though, doesn't it? Like I could be in like a, you know, like a Daedric Plain right now or something like that. A plane of oblivion. Get fucked! Die! 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 Oh, his mate's coming. That's cheating. Yeah, all of his mates are coming. Get away from me. It's a lot of shite, that is. Oh! Fucking Skeletor. Get the sigil stone, exactly. Oh, there's another thing here. Ooh. No! Anything up here? No. Oh, it looks neat though, doesn't it? Looks very neat. I don't know what I've achieved. Oh, I need another one. Fuck's sake, man. They're everywhere. Right, so it's over here, right? Over here. What is he doing here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're everywhere. He just got me without even looking at me. This is a sneak attack that I'm doing, and he's just unfazed. Please don't damage me, please. Thank you. Thank you. Goodness me, right. Onwards. Onwards and upwards. Do you ever used to watch Deadliest Warrior? The hare will be the first to notice the dawn. We've got that script, haven't we? Oh, wait! Wait, remember the Emperor had that gate with the codes. It had like a code, didn't it, that you had to put in. Let's get these written down. So we've got the hair will be the first. So we need the hair first, or jar. Gonna use this Amazon packing receipt to write this down. 3 was something light, wasn't it? Well, do you reckon that might be the eye then? Because I don't think any of those sort of indicate light, unless RE, the first one, is meant to be someone sort of staring off into the distance. Where's my pens? I've normally got pens like... Oh, there's one. So we've got 3, right? No, one was one the hair. Yeah, the hair. Okay, so that's hair jar. I'm gonna write. 3 was perception, something like so. Yeah, it was something about people. Was it not something about an eye? I think it's the eye. Can always change it. Hello, bud. Which is also me. Okay, cool. Ooh, there's another of those stones. Let's grab that. Let's take it over to the other spot before we go through that door. Why is he coming back this way? No! God's sake, man. Just get these spirit people banned, because they're just... I'm just gonna whack him, you know. I'm just gonna whack him until he can be whacked no more. Get whacked! Get whacked! Get whacked! Any holy water? Potentially. I don't think I've got any though. I'll just wait for him to go past. Maybe out of the question. Maybe not. Let's just hide. Let's just hide. Let's have a little patience. Mr. Ghost is looking the other way right now, so we're gonna... I think he probably has spotted me there. Indeed, he appears to have spotted me, but that's fine. Incense. Interesting. Zigzag. And now flee. Let's get out of there, you know. Right. Oh, bloody hell, this just takes me back here. Right, let's head through here. Let's have a look. See, this reminds me of a very particular area from the Lost City. Which is obviously in Thief 1 and 2. There's like an overlook that looks very similar to this room. Let's try and dob this lad in if we can. Surely there's more to this bit. Nice. Get it done, man. We got the fire arrow. Oh, there's another of those gems. Completely ran past that. Oh, we've been through all this, haven't we? We've been through all this already. Back down here. At least we are sort of progressing here, aren't we? We haven't really looked down here, I don't think. Let's have a look through here. But I was saying that a lot with this mission, wasn't I? With the previous mission in this mod, is that there's rarely been a point where I feel completely... This is where we came in. There's rarely been a point where I feel completely lost or completely unsure of what to do next. Like, I always feel... I always have an idea of what I'm meant to be doing. Which is good. It's a good feeling to have. What did the 3 gems do? So... We used one to... Well, no, we used 2 of them to open up that sarcophagus, didn't we? And that got us the incense. What? But we've still got another one that we've... It's not what it looks like! No, it's not what it looks like! Oh, that looks like one of the inscriptions. 2 Scarab starts pushing the sun into the sky. Scarab. Any of those look like Scarab? Oh, the one, this one. This one will be the Scarab, right? Was that 2? Was it? Scarab. Key. We've got that. Nice. Yeah, it's probably gonna... We're probably gonna have to figure out a name from it, maybe. Like, try and get the name of someone mentioned. Spirit fire plays an important part in many of our purification rituals. Since its blue flames only burn negative spiritual energy, we use it to cleanse our dead. If spirit fire has been burning for a long time, can sometimes form crystals. These crystals are very fragile and burst into an ethereal cloud upon the slightest impact. Believe that these clouds have similar effects as the fire itself, though without practical application we cannot go beyond speculation. As a hastily scribbled note on the back, discovered that the members of the Dark Watch and any undead attack their own when they are hit directly by a crystal. Do you remember? No, I don't think I fired one earlier when they started attacking each other. Do you think the Dark Watch are the sort of blue people wandering about, or do you reckon they're the ghosts? I think it's probably the blue people, because they're carrying similar swords to the one that got lobbed in the Emperor's head. But it's all speculation at this point, isn't it? These are all blocked off. Exactly, exactly. I have similar feelings. Emperor Alef's medallion. Garrett, please take my personal medallion with you. I've imbued it with a glyph that can transport you directly to the sanctuary at any time, no matter where you are on the Tempest Isle. This very room used to be the place where I slept and studied. Just like you, I'd been a kid with no parents and no home. I often snuck into the city's public library, not to steal but to read and escape reality, if only for a few hours. Eventually, a keeper found me in a section commoners were not supposed to see, and my passion for books brought me into their circles. Now that I think of it, maybe it was my fascination for worlds crafted by the mind that allowed the sanctuary glyph to create this place. As I am writing this, I've discovered where we both need to go. In the western section of the necropolis, there is a long straight path leading south. Ceruleans call it the last path. We came across that. At the end of this path is the inner chamber, which leads to a large tomb containing the priests' and healers' graves. All the evil surrounding this island emanates from this tomb. That is where we can put a stop to it. Well, alrighty. Whatever Keeper Leonard told you about Narsil's origins, he very likely skipped over a few essential parts so you wouldn't get suspicious. Most importantly, the mage apprentice who summoned the demon several decades ago intended to create a divided triad. This requires 3 items, a book, a sword and a hammer. The spell backfired and the 3 objects gained influence over whoever earned one of them, giving each item away to another merchant. Was the last shred of sanity the apprentice could muster before he killed himself. He knew that the Triad's items needed to be kept as far apart from each other as possible, as they desired nothing more than being reunited so the Triad could be broken. From this point on, the items travelled through many hands, constantly trying to convince their owner to search for the other objects. When the book fell into the hands of a scribe, it persuaded her to split it into 2 halves. This way each volume could travel in a different direction while searching for the other items. The scribe named the first volume the Book of Illumination and the second the Book of Souls. I know you're quite familiar with the latter. The Book of Souls eventually found its way into the halls of the Dawn Mages. The Book of Illumination fell into the hands of the Keepers, which means it got shelved and soon forgotten, as another ancient tome collecting dust in our vast library, until Keeper Leonard picked it up. So, yeah, this is a lot. In Ominous Bequest, we destroyed the Book of Souls using the sword mentioned here. So I wonder if we need to, like, just use the Book of Illumination. But I'm guessing the sword, the book, and then obviously the hammer, those are the parts of the Triad, so we need to connect them all. I say I'm guessing, that's exactly what that note just explained to us. I'm not really guessing at anything. Anything in the... Interesting. Oh! Oh. Oh, that's creepy, that, innit? That's like something out of Night on Bald Mountain. Do you know the not specifically the music, but the Fantasia. Or should I say not the music necessarily, but specifically the Fantasia shot. Absolutely love Fantasia. And I always used to have, I always used to be obsessed with the Night on Bald Mountain segment in it. So this is the last path. Well, should we have a look down here then? But I would think that we'd need to get to the Emperor first. There's another of those glyphs here. This is so good. I have to say, this is really, really good. Divided Triad. If a demon is too powerful to be imbued into a single object, an experienced mage can still trap it by dividing its essence into 3 items. Triad typically... Wait, have we read this? A book, a sword, and a hammer. Each of the 3 items gains part of the demon's traits. The scales shifted, did they? April shower, they did make some creepy stuff. Yes, yeah. The April shower. I was thinking of Fantasia then, but yeah, I know what you mean now. It's a difficult spell which leaves no margin for errors. A single mistake can weaken the binding considerably and cause the 3 items to eventually gain control over their respective owners. So the book was split into 2. The sword, which, is Zadormikost. And then the hammer, which attracts souls of the recently deceased. So that's the first light. Attracting soul of recently defeat. The previous book was talking about, not first, the false light. That picture there. Via Triad spell can be reversed if the items are used to destroy each other. First, the sword needs to destroy the book. The hammer needs to be used to shatter the sword. That's the broken Triad, which would bring the demon's full form into the world. For this reason, it is important that at no time a single person owns more than 1 item of the same Triad. That picture there. Bear with. I think I've seen that before. Why can't I find this? It is! It is. It's an old wood engraving. Or a wood carving or whatever. It's this. So this little picture at the bottom right, it's this. It's from Dr. Faustus. It's an engraving of it. So it's drawing parallels, you see, between dealing with the devil and the story, the events that are taking place within this thing. I'll burn my books. Mephistopheles. When I first read Dr. Faustus, I kept thinking that it was pronounced Mephistopheles. It was very embarrassing when I had to read it in A level. When I had to read it out, I should say. Yeah, there's a bit of trivia for you. Oh my goodness! Garrett, the following is a recollection of what happened to me in the Keeper compound. The day I got involved was the day I noticed a book missing from the library, looked up the tome's title, Book of Illumination. I remember that I had seen Keeper Leonard carrying around an odd book with this name some weeks ago. The young, overeager librarian that I am, I went to his quarters, knocked and recklessly opened the door. Nobody inside, but on Leonard's desk, I noticed a large open tome which, you guessed it, happened to be the one missing from the library. Reached for the book, but when I touched it, an intense sensation went through my entire body. A flurry of disturbing images flashed before my eyes, and seconds later, found myself lying on the floor. Fortunately, I managed to get back onto my feet and stumble out of the room before Leonard returned. The images I had seen followed me into my sleep, and in the middle of the night, I woke up drenched in a cold sweat. I left my room and headed for the washing closet. When I passed the door to the Keeper Leonard's quarters, a sudden sensation of dread overcame me. An inexplicable force urged me to go inside and grab the ominous book on the desk. Then I heard Leonard's muffled scream coming from the other side of the door, and a second later a pain pierced my skull, as if my mind had been set on fire. Indeed, when I regained consciousness, a faint odour of burned paper hung in the air. Leonard apparently hadn't left his quarters, otherwise he'd have stumbled right over me. Not daring to enter Leonard's room or report the strange incident to somebody else, I returned to my quarters. I felt tired but oddly relieved, and when I lay on my bed, I fell asleep almost instantly. The next day, or the next morning, I saw Keeper Leonard up and well, as if nothing had happened. However, I noticed that he was wearing gloves, and there was something very different about his demeanour. He had always been a very timid person whose best friends mainly consisted of books. Now he seemed unusually confident and almost intimidating. Have to head out for a bit, but thanks for the thank you for the chill stream tonight, mate. Thank you for being in, Josh J. Once again, huge thank you for that donation, super generous, and thanks for being in. In the following weeks, Leonard went on several research trips, which also struck me as odd. The Leonard I had known wasn't the kind of person to go on solo expeditions. Nobody I asked seemed to know what he was researching. But coming from a librarian, my concerns were largely ignored. I never dared to speak to Leonard personally. There was something dreadfully unnerving about him. Only I appeared to notice. Several times I secretly searched his quarters during his absence, but it was only months later that I discovered the secret passage in the wall behind Leonard's bed. Check the bookshelf to your left. What I found in there made me realise that what was going on and where Leonard's latest excursions had led him. Arkford. By the time I discovered his personal notes, Leonard had been away for almost a full month. I knew I had to act quickly, and I left the compound immediately to head for Arkford. When I arrived, the city had already been overrun by Narsil's wrath, but at least I managed to save you from the fire. So, Arkford is the city we were in the first part of this mission. Total thank you for the shout out. Ah! It said check this bookshelf for a secret passage. Would it be too cliche to assume it's a book you pull out? Oh. I see. Ah. Who'd have thought the Book of Illumination could enlighten me in the most literal sense, in the middle of the night, a fervent age. Fervent is a weird word, isn't it? A fervent age befell me to get up to my desk and open the book. No sooner than I had yielded to this compulsion, the volume went up in flames while I was holding it. In my naive foolishness, I screamed as I felt the demon enter my body, until I realized there was nothing to fear. There are so many ideas going through my head right now, that I need to write them down. Narsil has embraced me with burning arms, and is now part of me. He showed me the hooded man called Garrett, who had found the second half, the Book of Souls. The thief destroyed it with the sword the very moment I was holding the Book of Illumination, and thus he freed both halves of Narsil's imprisoned essence at the same time. I need to find and contact Garrett as soon as possible. There is much to do. My path is clear now. I can hear the third item of the Triad, the Warhammer, Dreworic, scream with rage. For several decades it has been imprisoned inside an underground chamber on a remote island. Its false light has been shining for so long that hundreds of unlucky souls got trapped on the island as well. Their restless spirits are surrounding the island like an eternal storm, and any ship that sails too close is doomed. I have to find a way to get there without being subjected to the storm of the Tempest Isle. Everybody does keep a diary, don't they? And they write very candidly all of their nefarious deeds and plans, which isn't perhaps the wisest thing. I have to find a way to get there without being subjected to the storm of the Tempest Isle. Furthermore, Drewaric's stony confinement is sealed and can only be unlocked from the inside. To open the inner chamber, I need somebody who can walk through walls. Unfortunately, ghosts don't make reliable accomplices. My research on the Tempest Isle has led me to a town called Arkford. The local museum's library has some writings about the island, apparently. I think I've struck gold. It seems Dreworic was brought to the island by a sailing merchant. In a letter, the merchant describes the island as a paradise of precursor origin, and he muses about how the people of the lost city got there without ships. This led me to an inventor called George Bolliston, who's been doing a lot of research on precursor technology. One of the artifacts he's studying is some sort of lens that was found in the ruins of Carith Din, which I'm guessing is that big reflecting thing. Funk, welcome in. How's it going? How's your Saturday treating you? The same lens can be seen on a drawing the merchant made of a structure he saw on the island. My intuition tells me I've found the means to travel to Tempest Isle. Garrett has accepted his path. When everything is prepared, he will abandon his physical body and follow the false light. The hammer will feel Narsil's presence inside Garrett's spirit and lead him to the inner chamber. Garrett's ghost will open the chamber and then return to his body so I can extract this part. Okay. So I think the lens it's talking about is that big sort of reflective thing at the start that we said was like Jak and Daxter. Excuse me. There was something else mentioned towards the end there. George Bolliston was the guy who had his head chopped off in the first part. Rest in peace. It's going well, just been chilling, knocking out some chores. Nice. Well, I hope they're all done. I hope it's a nice chill Saturday from here on. I don't think the scales have moved, have they? I think they are the same. Where was the portal? Ooh. I think we're gonna move that across somehow. Nearly completely missed that. Off finished now, we're relaxing. How goes your Saturday? It's going pretty well. It's going really well, thank you. Oh, we're back up here. We have announced that we're doing a charity stream next month. So that was exciting. That was nice to finally get out and tell people about. And thank you, Total. And now we're just chilling with some Thief. And I went to visit a house earlier today. A little house viewing. So it's been quite a hectic one, and there's a little bird talking about it too. So yeah, it's been a nice little day. Oh. Oh, hey, oh. Do you think we need to get that to fire? Because that shoots like a thing, doesn't it? So maybe we need to get it to fire whatever's down there. I think we're going to have to drop down. Oh, wait, no, we're only here anyway, aren't we? So maybe if we drop down from there... Oh, the perceptive eye will see the light. So yeah, it definitely was the eye that... I shouldn't have dropped down there. That was a huge error. It'll be lovely to have you in, Funk. Thank you. Now, how can we get this fella to shoot that? Absolutely. I'm so excited for it. How do you reckon we get this thing to fire? Do you think? I wonder if... There must be a button somewhere. On top of his head. Oh! Oh! Got a bit stuck there. Got a bit stuck. Head back across here. Don't know why. I'm not really sure if there's a... Oh, bloody hell. I'm not sure if there's anything left to do in the room. Now let's carefully move along here. Let's drop down here maybe. Oh. Ah! Oops. I wonder if I'm supposed to fire at it from over there. No, because that... No, this is where I fired across to earlier, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's unrelated to that. Let's drop down. Maybe the button's easier to find than I'm sort of making out. If I shoot it through to... Right, we might need to open that up now. So how are we getting up there? That's next task. The one you... Yeah. Head back up through there. Ooh. Maybe you have to fire that one, because the other dog had its mouth open, so maybe this dog fires it across. It's not just any dog, is it? Is it a jackal? Because it's sort of styled after Anubis, isn't it? Or it might be set. Is that dog's mouth open? Yeah, I think so. No, I think it's about the same, actually. Either way, we'll give it a go. So, it is Anubis, thank you. That's gonna go all the way over. Hey! Good stuff. Here he is. You should... Oh. Quite frightening, really, isn't it? Oh, we got a... Oh, bloody hell. Your excitement is understandably and not entirely out of place. A funeral is both a time for reflection and rejoice. Remember, even though Priest Melu has left us, he is now residing among the stars next to our gods. As for the censer call, here are the necessary steps. Since you've taken the role of an assistant, you probably won't need to perform all these by yourself. First, you need a special kind of incense. It's stored in a container in the lunar court. We've got that. Normally, you'd have to ask Healer Nazar and Priest Velen to open the censer container, which is protected by 2 star gem locks. Put the incense into the censer bowl and then light it. Or put it into the censer bowl and then light it. Remember that you need the flame of a hallowed candle to accomplish this, as common fire won't work. If the light, so I think that we can get by going back to the start. It was sort of encased in that thing, but we need to find whatever key is for that. If the light of the candle has gone out, you have to find one of the sacred fire elementals to relight it. Right, okay. Wait until the incense is emanating smoke. Next, take out the personal item of the deceased person, whose spirit you want to call. Hold it over the bowl. The item must be something that used to be very dear to the person who previously owned it. If nothing happens, this either means you've done something wrong or the spirit you're calling does not like you, right? If the spirit does indeed appear, keep in mind that it won't be at your command like a slave. It'll try to be of assistance if it can, but don't expect it to linger for long. During the funeral ceremony, the called spirit will raise the bridge so the procession can continue south into the inner chamber. Right. We'll pop the incense in here for now. I guess just one. Maybe we'll need more of it later. You've lost your head. Oh dear. And then we need to burn it at some point. I like that he had a cane. I think it was a sword, but it could be like the threaded cane, so... I think we need to find the 4th podium and go back and go to that body, don't we? Go to the Emperor's body. Hello. I can't... The hair... Can't think where the other one would be. Yeah, I'm not sure about the hallowed candle, because we've not really found anything that fits the bill there. We've got this key. And I still think the key might have something to do with the fire elemental. Back in here now. Oh, we've just done a big circle there, haven't we? We're back here again now. Bloody hell. Head this way. Any clues on here? No. They're more about just getting in rather than... Wait, we're back here again. How is this happening? How do I... Okay. This way. This is where we came in. Did we come this way? We did, but we didn't really find anything besides star gems, Oh, we're back here. If I come through here... Already done all this. Wishful thinking, really, innit? Expecting that there's going to be something I've missed that'll make this a little bit sort of more sensical. So we came in through there. What was down here? Was this where the overlook was? That's the, like... See, that was that sacrificial chamber. Did we get anything out of that chamber, really? This is where we found one of the glyphs. Up on the hill, with the scary music and ghosts. I feel like there was nothing in this chamber that we really found. No, there was, wasn't there? We did get something out of it, didn't we? I just would have expected us to be able to use the dagger. Absolute mad lad for streaming Thief. At the same moment the Thief Gold Iron event is taking place. I was wondering if it was actually today. Maybe I'm being a bit mean. Maybe it's a bit nasty of me to... No, I wouldn't say it's mean, actually, would it? You're a little bit insensitive of me. This is like, well, if you're enjoying the Thief speedrun, but you're also fancying, like, something a little bit more... So if you fancy more to have Thief on at the same time... Almaril just beat the game in sub 2 hours. I wasn't far off. I was actually saying, oh shit. I was thinking of trying it again. The speedrun. I was almost tempted to do that today, and I'm glad I didn't if the speedrun is on today. I'll have to watch some VODs back because I'd quite like to see some people doing that. speedrun was very enjoyable. Good stuff. I'm glad it was. Is it worth us maybe Right, so we've got three of the things. We can just spam them, can't we, until we get the right one. I know that's maybe that is the right way to do it, you know? The final part of this gate. But yeah, I'm glad the speedrun was good. Oh, did you mean mine? Well, I'm glad you enjoyed mine, if that's what you mean. But I also hope the today's speedruns are doing well, and they're having a good time. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad it was, because it was a little bit stressful, as you all saw. But it was nice to play the game in a different way, I guess. Which is similar to, like I say, because I've been doing some ghost runs as well recently. I'm enjoying playing Thief in different ways to how I normally would. And appreciating it in different ways. Where's the, was it back here, wasn't it? I think it was all the way back here, the gateway to get to the Emperor. Games bug, what's the quick keeper restart? That was stressful. It was bugged as well. I watched that back and I was like, I can't believe this. I can't believe this is happening. Wait, is this not the... I guess it's around this corner. Oh, here it is. Right, so... the first one is a hare. Second one is a scarab. Oh. Yeah, that works. Yeah, this code is very neat. The third is the eye, which is there. We don't know what the last one is, that's the issue. So the last one is going to be a guess. It's not that. So I think we've got to start again each time, I'm guessing. Yeah. Okay. So it goes hare, scarab, eye. Hare, scarab, eye, and then let's just go through them all, you know. I know this isn't the best way to play, but you know, times are hard. Where's the hare? We'll get used to this. Hare, scarab, eye, and then that one. No. Okay. Hare, scarab, eye. Flubby. Oh, it was that. There we go. Hare, yes. Oh. Right. Well, whatever we did, I don't know what we did. It didn't open the palace door, I can say that much. What have we opened? If I head back to here, maybe it's lowered a bridge to reach the Emperor. Excuse me. Maybe we've come back here earlier than we should, because presumably we do have to come back to this point at some point. But you know, what's the harm? Besides potentially breaking the sequence of the FM and ruining everything, I don't know. See, there is a door that's open there now. But presumably to reach that point, I don't know, presumably you have to get inside the palace. What do you reckon this means? Where's that geezer gone? I don't think we've actually achieved anything here. Hello, Adam. Welcome in. For the first time this stream. Right, should we try and get this this elemental from... We need to find the candle, but... Yeah, one step at a time. Oh, you're the geezer, I see. Hello! I'm the guy. Is that from Spy Kids? I'm thinking of. Was it down the well where I found the spirit? I think it was. Where's this candle then? I ain't seen any candles. Not one. Do you reckon I need the candle first before I can... Yeah, I reckon we've got to use the candle on the elemental, is what I reckon. I think if we find a use for this key that I picked up ages ago, that might get us to the candle, this thing. What do you reckon we can use this on? Adam. Rest in peace to that guy. From the vine. He did, yeah, he died, I think. Where did you find said key? I can't remember. It was in the starting area. It might have been in there. But it was around the starting area, so presumably it would correspond to somewhere in the starting area, I think. I don't know. I don't know for certain. But it would seem very convoluted to me to have the key open somewhere very far away. Nothing up here. At the risk of being banned for backseating, you found the hallowed candle. Go on then. Give us a clue. Oh, you can't remember where. Well, you said you didn't get as far as me, so it must be in the starting area. That should be clue enough. I'm guessing that's what you were trying to indicate. Yeah. I see. We're on the same wavelength now, you and I. How many times am I going to come in this room? Thinking about what you're saying about streaming Thief while the event is going on. And I guess, like, might seem in bad taste, but I think because this is what I generally tend to stream anyway, I guess it's no different to, like, if somebody was streaming, like, Counter-Strike while a Counter-Strike tournament was going on. I guess it's not really comparable, because it's a much more intimate audience with Thief. I don't know. I hope it doesn't come across as in bad taste. This is where I picked up that key, by the way. I was looking through this window and I picked it up. Something under the Sphinx. Let's have a look. I think I've tried to sort of stay away from the Sphinx because it's got enemies kicking about around it. but they're not causing me too much trouble. Mora, welcome in. How's it going? I assume you mean this. Excuse me. Ow. Nah. What do you mean more underneath as like underground? Big announcement. There was indeed a big announcement. Exclamation mark charity. To find out more. And further information to follow. On my socials. But thank you for asking. And for hopping in. How's your Saturday going, Mora? Oh no, we're back here now. Which doesn't seem right. Had a headache since 9 AM. I'm sorry to hear that. That is shite. Try the palace, do you reckon? I couldn't get in the palace. That was the issue. It was the door was just totally sealed. Maybe I'm being... Maybe the key will help there. But like, I can't interact with this door whatsoever. I do have that key now, don't I? Robbing it with the key. Maybe I did this wrong. Maybe the secret that I unlocked wasn't... I don't know. I don't know. It unlocked something, so it must have been right. It just didn't unlock any... I think it unlocked that, from what I can tell. The door on the other side. But Mora, I hope the headache is drifting away. Hope you feel better soon. Come on, Candle. Where are you? Hey, bloody Candle. Interesting, interesting. I don't think... Oh, I don't think I was meant to do that. It does almost look like there's something underneath. Underneath them. I can't find this candle. I can't find it. Am I being daft? Am I missing something obvious? Interesting ceiling, innit? Somewhere via the saunas. Oh, I remember the saunas. That was near the star, wasn't it? Or was it? Is it a little bit further in? Oh dear. Saunas. Or was it around this sort of market area? Wait, does it say on here? Market. Oh, palace baths. She's Oh, you gotta go right up to... Oh, bloody hell, you gotta go real far in for that. Are you sure? Oh, that's how you get into the palace. Maybe. Necropolis. I'm getting really quite confused here. Head up to the hypostyle and then try and get into the palace baths from there, I guess. So this is the Dawn Plaza, then we go right. Please do not pursue me. Okay, we're good. So this is the hypostyle here. We're gonna go right, and then we're gonna go south to the palace baths. Excuse me. Okay. Oh no. There's that central bit there, isn't there? I think we already went over there, but there's... Let's have another look. Let's have another look, shall we? Did we get to that bit before? Because it seems like... I don't remember using this to run around to the other side. No, I don't think I did I? I hope I didn't. No, this is definitely new. This is definitely new. Here he is again, poor lad. Got a fire arrow. Got that. Unfortunately, what we don't have is a candle. This could be good though. This could be fortuitous. I bet I die. Look at that. Smashed it. So I'm guessing this is this door. Yeah. Okay. Oh! I didn't see that hole there. Quite well hidden. Right, so there's that big door. There's no switch to open it, sadly. Oh, there's the candle. Neat. Thank you for your assistance there, Tall. Anything else in it? There's that up there. That looks like something you should be able to climb on. But I'm not sure. I'm not really sure on that one. And that looks like something that should be something down there, you know. Let me have another look down there. Exactly where you said it'd be. That is true. It is true. Well, I mean, I just wasn't sure. I was confused. Do you think when I entered that code, it opened that thing in the floor? What did it do? Quite confused, really. Truth be told. Either way, we've got the candle. So was it just the candle, the incense? But we need an item, it said, didn't it? It said we needed some sort of item. Brother Reginald's rosary? We call upon him. Get him in there. He was the lad who was protecting the graveyard, wasn't it? Maybe he can help me. He can help me in my fight against the big bad. I need to go to the market. Summoning captured old men like Pokemon. Yep, exactly. I've also got keeper. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. It's fine. I think the one that takes us back to... Yeah, I think this one should take us back to the market. That would be a neat way to get out of danger, though, wouldn't it? Yes. If you're in trouble, just whack out the amulet, and off you go. You're safe. Whee! Go get him, Brother Reginald. Brother Reginald used tackle. Alright. So if we use the candle... It worked! It's lit! Yes! And oh. The water extinguished the candle. Shite. So we need to get out of here with it? Oh, but we can use the medallion to do that. Look at that! Look at that! Using my brain. See, I wouldn't have thought to do that had I not just accidentally done it. As I was trying to get about. I would have just missed that completely. It would have taken me ages. But it was fresh in my memory, you know. Big nostro brain, exactly. Rather than big no-brainer. There are no accidents in fan missioning. That's true. That is true. Hello. Right. So this should set us right back where we want to be. I wonder what this key is for, you know. Right. Get that lit. Very good. And then let's try that. Hey up.
I recognize thee. Thou art the one who released me from my frozen prison. And as the Builder's Forge still remains closed to me, I followed the light, but it did not lead me to salvation. Instead, I found myself in this forbidden place amidst the sea of restless souls. They are circling this island, drawn to a voiceless scream like moths to a Only the Builder gives me strength to resist their song of lamentation. Oh, but
Enough about me.
thou dost desire. Ah, I see thy path is blocked. Let me help thee, friend.
Keep it light, Reggie. Oh. Nice. I mean, thank you, but like... just like a straight line would have done. Oh, I didn't like that. I did like that. Oh.
Dementor, Dementor!
I always saw myself as a worthy disciple of our gods. Now that I realise what a fool I had been, I see no other way but to seal the inner chamber. The hammer's peaceful aura was just a disguise, and as soon as I got into the tomb, the cursed weapon unveiled its real face. The demonic hammer feeds on the spirits of the dead, and I was foolish enough to bring it right into the centre of the sustenance it desires. With each soul it consumes, its strength and influence increase. I just pulled the lever and cut off the water. This will seal the inner chamber from the inside and permanently lower the last path's bridge to the north. While I can't prevent the hammer's power from stretching beyond the confinement of these walls, I can at least contain the cursed weapon physically.
Thank you.
Oh, you're not boring me, mate, but thank you for trying. I'm playing that fluffy bunny game. What? What fluffy bunny game? What are you talking about? Oh, it's... Oh, this better not be my man Aleph. One where you shove loads of marshmallows in your mouth and try and say fluffy bunny. Yeah, I am familiar now. Garrett, as you might have guessed already, the body you found near the last glyph was mine. Oh. Died already before you arrived, and all that is left of me is this mind construct the sanctuary glyph created. As long as I cannot find any rest, this sphere of reality and the glyphs connected to it will continue to exist and allow me to communicate with you. The Warhammer Dre Warwick is very close. You have to find a way to destroy it, but remember that you must not touch it. Any direct contact would immediately kill you. Sorry I could not be of more help. Honestly, I'm surprised I even made it this far. After all, I'm a librarian, not an adventurer. Rest in peace, Keeper Aleph. What a geeze. I'm writing to you from behind the grave. That's sad. I like Keeper Aleph. Just a librarian. Aleph, you may have just been a librarian, but you did so much, and we're all grateful for you, and we will all remember you. I prefer behind the grave, personally. It's just someone sat behind the grave faking the death, like, writing to you from behind the grave. Ooh. Sorry, I got a bit daft there, didn't I? Oh, I left librarian. Thank you very much. They will always have my respect. You know, it's not even wrong. They were last seen playing Unknown Twitch channel. I've got to check that one out. Is there anything else in it? Is that just lore? Unbelievable. I'm only kidding. Okay. In we bloody go then. My hallowed candle's gone out. Oh! Assume you need to destroy a book with a sword. Yeah. Destroy a book with a sword. Destroy the sword with the hammer. There's the hammer. But we're not allowed to touch it, but we need to destroy it. They're well creepy, those things. They're absolutely horrible. They make some right nasty sounds and all. Sounds like there might be more enemies up here. There's a lot of these. fellas kicking about, aren't there? We're getting done in. In fact, no! It might just be the two of them. Shit! No, no. We only need 3 HP. We don't need any more. We got any more of these gems? We got 3 of them. Oh, the incense. Maybe I need to summon someone else now. Who, you ask? None other than the owner of this key. Maybe Keeper Alepht's medallion? Brother Reginald, getting back in here? Hey up. Get it! Get it! Go get it. Yes! Come on, Reggie! Yes! Yes! What a legend. Tell you what, Reggie... Oh, shit. Here comes trouble. Just like the end of Endgame. Yes! Yes! What a legend, man. Brother Reggie gets it done. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Keeper Alepht's final note. Our lovely Keeper Aleph. It looks like Dre Warwick's destruction set off the glyph imbued inside the Keeper medallion and catapulted both you and Narsil into the Keeper compound's replica. The sanctuary has become unstable. I removed all the glyphs save one to prevent Narsil from leaving. The last glyph leading out of here is inside my quarters, beneath a floor panel. The switch that opens it is under the desk. As soon as you get out, drop the medallion and cleanse it with the spirit fire arrow. This will cause the sanctuary to collapse and throw anything still inside it into oblivion. Hopefully that will rid this world of Narsil once and for all. The thing about that is that sounds very precarious, doesn't it? That sounds like that is begging for a sequel where Narsil is in oblivion and he manages to claw his way back out, you know. Like, Narsil's absolutely jacked, so I believe that he can get out through the pure power of his guns. Right. Help! No! 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 Under the desk. Ah!
He's coming, he's tunneling me! He's tunneling me, Mike! No!
Oh no, he can hit me. For a moment I thought if I just crouch down, I think it is working. He's just swinging over me. Oh, this could cause trouble. Nope, we're good, we're good. Yeah, nice try, Narsel. I was protected through the power of crouching. If someone calls you trouble, just squat under it, you know? Here's a spare one of those in case. What is that? A moonstone. Right, let's get this thing cleansed, you know? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Right. Yes! Oh! It's gone. Gone, it's dealt with. We never got into the treasury. So we might have to... I have to stay... That might be what the secret thing was, you know. We've been through here, haven't we? So we've read all these. I'm not reading it again. You know. It's not enough hours in the day. I sincerely hope I don't run into any more enemies or things that might cause me damage, because I can't take another hit. Considering if the secret was a wrong code that locked you in, possibly, yeah. It's a good shout. This should take us, yeah, this back to the set, right, nice. That's a nice little shortcut. I wish I'd discovered that sooner, that might have saved me a bit of time earlier. Yeah, that's very true, it could be. So we could try a few, should we try all the combinations? But I think what it has done, I think it's opened up that little bit, you know, underneath. But yeah, we can try some other stuff. So it's hair, scarab, eye. And we tried it down to the sort of crane thing, didn't we? So hair, scarab, eye, and then we'll try this guy. It's not that. See, something's closed. Something's closed when I've set that wrong. I'm going to go back through it and see what is actually... Yeah, look, this passageway is closed off. Yeah, so that would indicate to me that we were right. We just didn't, I don't know, do the right thing in the passage, I guess. So what is it? It was hair, scarab, eye, bird. Yeah, just had it open again. Must be right. That arena place where you could focus light. That's a good shout. I think that was maybe saying how to get home there. But you could be right. Because that was actually mentioned in one of the notes, I think. Like this. Is it maybe what that key was for? Nothing to use the key on. I think what it'll probably be doing, the focusing the light bit, I think that'll be something I use to open up the portal to get home again. But that is purely a guess. Pure conjecture. Let's have a look through here. Right, this is the throne room, innit? Seems like I'm missing something. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Let's head back for the... Tell me what to do, man! It's got to be in this tunnel, hasn't it? Like, why would this tunnel be here otherwise? Unless there's multiple... I mean, surely this indicates that there's another switch somewhere, doesn't it? there's another switch that's going to open up whatever's inside there. The doorway. But I don't really see anything that would work with that. I can't interact with the skeleton in any way. Right, for the sake of saying we've done it, let's just try every other combination. There's only a couple more. So we did it up to there, so we'll try the last couple. So that'd be all the unique combinations, so yeah, it's gotta be. Palace. I think it's gonna be the key, innit? Because I haven't used the key on anything else. What is this moonstone? I guess that might be something to do with the portal. What did they actually end up spelling out? They ended up spelling out Jackie Me Ha. Jackie Me Ha. Jackie Weaver. Sorry. It's not very sensible. Yeah, I'm not too sure on this one. I won't lie. Does that key look like anything that we've seen so far while we've been kicking about? Not to me. I'm almost tempted to just finish the mission, but I would be really annoyed at myself because I'm really curious as to what's going on with this like last treasure, you know. Did we get in through here? Go back down the obelisk hole. Yeah? Yeah. No, I mean, I'm gonna try and find this out. I want to figure it out. I don't want to leave it. I'll go back. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to get back to the obelisk. I guess it's up here. Oh, it's this big room, isn't it? Help me. What's down here? But there was definitely nothing in that hole. Right. We didn't come... I don't think I've been here at any... No, of course I have. Of course I have. You climb down stealthily, quietly. Could give that a go, yeah? Accidentally come back here. Yeah, we can try that. What do you reckon? Something's detecting us. I mean, it is, after all, a treasury. Yeah! I remember which way to get back. There's sauna in it. Through here, maybe? Yeah. Yep, that's it. Hello. Okay. We're back. I mean, there is all this very loud floor, isn't there? That would put... Yeah, maybe something is detecting us. you reckon that's maybe a pressure plate? Maybe these indicate that I've been sort of detected. Like this. No, I don't think that's pressure plate. I think that's just the... maybe the lid? I'll try this. I'll talk, when you say this, is this something you've, we say, looked into? And that's why you're suggesting it. So what we could essentially do is go... Well, that was loud, wasn't it? I don't know. I don't know if what I'm doing makes any sense. Oh, worth a shot if it was right, I see. Oh. No. Yeah, I don't know. What items have I got? Got all these. It's this key. It's got to be this key. But I don't know where to use it. Maybe there's a keyhole around here somewhere. Let's just double check everywhere around. Make sure there's no keyholes anywhere. You know what mission creators are like. It makes sense for it to be in the throne room. That's what I reckon. There's a little ring down there. Scarab looks like it's got a happy little face on it. I don't think I'm figuring this one out right now, so I'm going to save it. I'm going to come back to it off stream. Sorry. Because... Can I jump off this? Because it's just a bit... It's a bit... It's kind of a long way to go to get around here. There's all these, like, little symbols, isn't there? Do you reckon... Nah. 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 Oh, I'm gonna head back out here. That's a start. I think this was the way back. Yes. Yeah, no. Yes. Yes, indeed it was. Anything around here? So I would assume now that we can just leave, right? We can just switch on the thing. Use the reflect... Oh, we can go up here apparently. Not using that. Can we? No. No, do we need to put something on top of... Oh, we'll need to use the moonstone on it. Oh, there's a lever right there. I'll have to put the moonstone on it, I'm guessing. There we go. Keep it in place. Hey, there we go. Oh. Nicely done, thank you. Oh. I am in the depths. So we jumped into that portal from the museum, didn't we? It doesn't appear to have put me back in the museum, I can say that much. It's down here. Lovely. Well, hopefully we can still pay the bloody landlord for the rent, you know? You'd hope, wouldn't you? You bloody hope so. We did it! That was it. That was the end. We made it out. That was a lovely, lovely ending shot, wasn't it? Of the little light. Our last glimpse of the outdoors. That was really good. That was really, really good. I think that's an easy 4. That's an easy 4-star for me. Good luck with Treasury. Thank you very much. Because yeah, just like the uniqueness of it, the ambition of it, really, really good. So yeah, that was great fun. Don't forget about this. But yeah, that was a really good time. I'm glad it turned out to be as fun as it was. I'm probably going to end the stream around here. Because it was a nice little time on it. We had a good time, I hope. Thank you everyone for dropping in. Particularly thank you for oh sorry Dylan. I'm sorry. Thank you to everyone for the support regarding the charity. I'll pull it up again. For those that didn't oh, it's me. Hello. For those that didn't get a chance to see. The big charity, it's happening. It's happening. It was a good stream. Thank you, Dylan. So February 17th, save the date. Got a whole thing going on. You know, we've got the big Twitch marathon. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be a good time. And I hope to see you all there. If you'd like to support in any way, you can head to the donation link there. Maybe not. Donate, there we go. Can head to the donation link there. Thank you very much, Total. As I say, I'll be putting some info out on Discord, on Twitter. Just be letting people know, but thank you very much. Yes, Adam, I will see you two tomorrow at 4 PM. With that said, shall we find someone to raid? Oh, there's only one person we can raid, isn't there? Tell you what, I'll send you over to someone who has raided us a few times, who is actually taking part in the speedrun that's going on right now, the Thief speedrun. I don't know if they've completed it. I haven't actually clicked into the channel. Maybe they're just doing it. I can't see because there's an ad, sadly. but I'm gonna send you over there. Prince of Felina is really lovely. If you want to drop him a follow, that'd be super swell. They're always really nice in chat, and it's always lovely having them in the stream. It looks like they are still. I think they are still streaming now. I think they're still doing the race. I don't know. Hope so. I think you just completed. Well, let's send you over anyway. Say hello. Give him a congratulations. And have a great day. Take care, everyone. Thank you very much for being in, and see you later.